Gally.
Oh, hey.
Gally, my wife stole my line for when I go and inflict wounds on somebody. In our game this morning, she said I'm going to reach out and touch someone.
Uh-oh. It's catching on, Pete. You now have a catchphrase. Reach out.
And I said, hey, wait a minute, that's my line. And she just laughs.
Here, this was the one it was. I'll show you. It was pretty cool.
Excuse me.
Is that a hiccup, a sneeze, a cough?
Hiccup.
Not the worst hiccup I've heard. Somebody I used to play Arc with had some diaphragm issues, and when she hiccuped, it was pretty high pitched.
Mine got pretty high pitched, but I'm not gonna have that contest.
So we have exited one season of toxic echo chambers, and we have now entered into another season of toxic echo chambers. Pete?
Yeah.
I think you are a fellow fan like I am. Now, for the next few months, we get to see on social media all of the competing theories about what they will or won't find and what is or whatever was on Oak Island. Because the new season.
Oh, God.
For some reason, Gallibond, I can barely hear you.
Okay, you can turn up. I'm looking at levels here, and the levels look good on the stream. If you go to your Discord.
Yeah, I've turned you all the way up in Discord. So, and then I had to turn up my headset and turn everybody else down.
Okay. Interesting.
I was watching Oak Island. That island was like the ultimate troll.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Nova Scotia.
It really is.
It's like, oh, we're gonna find something. Oh, never mind.
Nah.
What is this?
It's this Oak Island used to be. It was like a rumored treasure drop for pirates.
Yeah.
It's got all kinds of hidden pathways and burial sites and everything. And every time they get close to finding something, there's nothing there.
Yeah, and it's
yes, I've heard about this. Okay.
Yes, it's a place where people have been looking since 1795, almost nonstop for 225 years.
They've had like several people die.
Yeah.
And all that.
Because it's cursed.
Yeah,
and there's a the thing about it that's interesting is, of course, now there's this History Channel series about it.
Yes.
And you find out about all the different people that kind of were operating in that area. Like I've known since I was in high school, or they were talking about since I was in high school, that there was evidence that Vikings had been there, in Nova Scotia hundreds of years before Columbus. And so I thought, well, okay, yeah, maybe that. But, they keep pushing the timelines around and, finding evidence that more and more people were there.
I'm like,
So it's,
okay.
yeah, so it's interesting from a historical standpoint. And then, of course, if they ever find anything, okay, that'd be cool too.
Really, it would be cool if they found something.
Yes. All right, speaking of finding something, it looks like we have found the top of the hour. Welcome, everybody. My name is DM Gallibond, and we are here because it's 2 p.m. Eastern Time on a Sunday afternoon. We are here for another edition of the Walker of Waterdeep. And when we last when we last saw our heroes, they were at Shikotana Keep, which is high in the mountains. And they are on the south of our map, which I'll go ahead and show you this, and I will zoom out so that you can see where we are. Okay, so Shikotana Keep, they are down in this area here. Okay, on the south edge of the map. And they had just helped the Akki, which are the goblin, the turtle shell encased goblins of Kamigawa. They were under attack by some kami, which are spirits, as all part of this war waging between the spirit realm and the material realm. The party had helped to defend the keep, had taken hospitality with the goblins, and had spent the night, and they were getting ready to look at a few different things. There was some machinery that hasn't been working that Adamant was going to look at. And there's a library that both Galibar and Oyohusa wanted to visit to check out some things there. Not sure what, if anything in particular, Elora was wanting to do while she was here. But before that happens, there is a bit of a commotion at the gates. And a word is brought in to the Duke that there is a traveler that is at the gates. And the Duke says, well, let them in. And so they come in, and we go to the courtyard of Shikotana Keep, which we have right here. Okay. Where there is still some evidence of the battle from yesterday. We go out to the courtyard. Oh, whoops. And we will see our party members. See Elora and Adamant and Oyohusa. And oh yes, I didn't completely figure out what was going on, but I figured out part of what was going on with the scripts. I believe what had happened is that when I had backed up the game,
Hey, Gally, you seem to have lost your output.
Yeah, I can't hear you either.
Nope.
Oh, well, there you go. You there, Gally?
I'm back. Stupid damn ISP. Just
Yay.
decided to burp and hiccup. Okay, so let me go. Oops, I did not finish creating this correctly. So let me do this. Let me go here, make this change. Do this, and then we'll do. Okay, we'll do that, and then all right. Oh, okay. Ah, all right. So, all right. There we go. Okay, so come.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can.
I can.
Visit. Okay, good. All right. So the Akki will bring in a person to meet the rest of the party. And Gooney, please tell them what they see when they see this person being led in by the goblins.
Well, first of all, what's going to hit you is the fact that she is obviously a Minotaur, but she is pretty much mostly white in color. Not quite an albino white, but definitely much lighter fur, etc. But has a much more gentle face than the normal bull male Minotaurs. She stands about just over 6 foot and brown eyes, but she's also dressed in well-kept commoner's clothes somewhat and is carrying a shepherd's crook.
And the Duke will be among the Akki that is out here. We'll just use this guy as a stand-in for the Duke. And he says, "Oh, hello, and welcome to Shikatana Keep. What brings you to us, traveler?"
She bows slightly, and when she speaks, she has a very melodic voice. I have come to find a way to travel. My wandering needs have brought me here so that I may go elsewhere.
Oh, well, we do have a contact with other planes here. But at the moment, the teleportation magic on our end is not working. People have been able to come to Shikotana from other planes, but we don't know if people can go back. There are other visitors that are here. They just arrived yesterday, and sorry about the mess, but they helped us with fighting off an attack by the kami, which of course has been pervasive over these last few years. Come, and he bids you to come over and meet the rest of the party members. And let's just start in no particular order except the order that I see here on my screen where the party is grouped. Let's start with Galibar. Galibar, what would this Minotaur see when she walks in? What would she notice about you?
A full description. He is
The physical description, yeah.
6'4", very muscular, a large portion of his body covered in dull silver scales, long black hair tied into a high ponytail, giant axe on his back, wearing a belt with like a dwarf style belt, not wearing a shirt. Mostly the only clothes he's really wearing besides the belt are like potato sack and leather boots, with like fur line. Smaller tusks, not really big ones like some half orcs have. About it. For now.
Yes, Enka, from your home plane, you would have seen orcs before and half orcs.
Okay.
And so you recognize this as a half orc. And standing next to the half orc is a very peculiar, well, is it a construct? Is it a person? It's kind of hard to tell. So we'll let Adamant tell you what you see when you see Adamant.
You would see about 7 feet tall and rather wide. What looks like a person in some black and glowing red armor. He's carrying a shield, a mace, well, not a mace, a warhammer, and as I have a brain fart.
Sorry.
So I forget what I'm armed with. Battle axe.
Gotcha.
He has a holy symbol and etched into one side of his chest and a mark in the other.
Okay. And Enka, probably where you are from, the holy symbol, you might recognize it as having some kind of ritual significance, but it's not a holy symbol you're familiar with from where
Okay.
you've traveled. And then behind Galibar, looking very mysterious, is a person. And so, Oyohusa, what would the Minotaur notice about Oyohusa when she sees him?
You would see fairly tall elf, kind of copperish brown skin. So he looks tan. If you knew any better, you'd probably say he was a wood elf. He's got dark brown hair with slightly red to copper highlights. And surprisingly, he's got a beard and mustache. He's dressed in dark clothing and seems to carry himself very well. And you're right. He does have a mysterious look about him.
How tall does he stand?
Well, he is about, I think he's at least 6 foot.
Okay.
Little tall for an elf, and yes, you're familiar with elves. Several of the places that you've traveled, there are elves. So there's kind of the telltale. The elves are a strong people, but they have kind of a delicate, almost artist's uh, grace about their features. It is a bit unusual to see elves with facial hair, although you have seen it probably before, once or twice. It's not completely unheard of, but it is rare. Um, that seems to be more of a cultural, stylistic thing than
Okay.
an inability to grow facial hair. And he just sort of, even as he just casually walks around, Oyohusa kind of has this sort of almost like a dancer's grace with the way he moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very fluid and very, you know, even if you know he's there, it's almost hard to see him.
Gotcha.
And standing a little bit off from the side to Oyohusa, there is a another elfish type person, but she has a very different skin color. So, Elora, what would the Minotaur notice about you?
Well, I feel the first two things that she latched on the most was that her shimmering white hair, for one, completely stands out, and then her glowing purple eyes that just pierce through anything. But even though she may look intimidating with her light brown, creamy color, is that her poofy dress, which she refuses to take off. It goes down to about her knees. It just poofs out. She doesn't look like she's ready for battle. But she has her hair done up all nice. She has a cloak over her shoulders. She looks excited, but at the same time, still kind of groggy from waking up in the morning.
Gotcha.
Her height is very short for a half drow or what appears to be a drow. She only stands about 5'3", and she looks like she weighs absolutely nothing compared to everyone else.
Now, does this dress look extremely fine quality, best taken care of type of almost like party dress? I take it.
I believe Galibar could explain that a lot better to you. Because it was a gift from Galibar to Laura. But I don't think it's a party dress per se, but it is one of the fancier dresses that was meant for meetings with higher up people.
Yes, Enka, you have come from a pastoral tradition, and you've been to different worlds with different types of civilizations, and probably the most formal place you've been recently is the locale from which you just came.
Okay.
The area we talked about. The Elora's dress looks like the kind of dress that would not be out of place at one of the formal social functions at that place. You know, once a year, typically in the spring, all of the students will gather for a social. There's usually music and dancing, and
Okay.
everyone tries to look their best. And so this is a kind of dress that wouldn't be out of place there.
Gotcha. Okay.
And as for her hair and skin coloring and those eyes, you've heard about, I believe in the areas where you have traveled, you have certainly heard rumors of a place called the Underdark that
Okay.
seems to touch on many different planes, and that is peopled by elves that have a purple skin, and many people seem to think that they are evil. There's no sense of that sort of intimidating presence from this particular drow, but you can tell just by her look how people might see something that's that sort of shocking and immediately go, whoa. So you start to wonder whether maybe their reputation is just simply by people that are afraid of what they don't know.
Gotcha.
But this again is one particular member of that race.
I don't think the dress helps with intimidation.
No,
I get a
it
negative
certainly
1 to intimidation.
So Enka basically gives everybody another curtsy and says, I'm Enka Velka, and I am just leaving. Sorry, all of a sudden I drew a blank. I am just leaving the Minimo Academy, so where I have been for some time, and I feel the need to walk about again in the other planes or perhaps around somewhere. Just need to travel. And it might be that time that you start to notice that she actually does have a pair of like backpack straps on, but she hasn't turned around enough for anybody to see what she's carrying on her back.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the clothing that Elora has that I got her, it probably would be fairly easy to see that it is illusion.
It is illusion.
It is the dress itself would probably be just a plain silk dress. It's glamored to look like that.
Gotcha. So she then walks up to Adamant and kind of, I would say tippy toes, but she doesn't have toes, kind of raises up on her hooves a little further, like she's trying to look closer at him, and then she kind of tentatively reaches forwards and knocks on him, goes, I've heard about your kind. This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And what
Pete?
do you do for a living?
Well, I am a cleric.
Oh. Of which god or goddess?
Moradin.
I don't believe I'm familiar with that one.
Not surprising. He's from our plane.
And then she's kind of doing this half walking around looking at Adamant, trying to take in this strange, bizarre creature before her. And where would that be?
We come from the world of Toril.
Well, that is very interesting. I would be interested in taking a look at that someday.
Well, Sunday we'll go back.
I personally come from the Herlon Valley on the plain called Dominaria. Neria. Blech, I'm terrible.
Yeah, Dominaria. Yeah.
Okay.
Do any of us know what that is?
Your characters probably not. Your characters have probably never heard of that. Obviously,
She didn't expect anybody to have it ring any bells.
Yeah. Obviously, the only planeswalker that you all have spent much time around couldn't remember anything aside from her native plane and Waterdeep. So if she had traveled to other planes aside from Ravnica, she wouldn't have any memory of it. And the Ravnicans have been pretty focused on, in terms of talking about places, only talking about places that are relevant to the mission that you guys are on.
So she looks around and says, "And you group of individuals did all of this damage?"
That's all of it. The Akki did their share.
And the Duke says, "Oh, no, they didn't do damage. They helped us defend it. All this damage was caused by the kami. I'm sure you've at least heard about their attacks if you haven't had the displeasure of experiencing any yourself." And I would just say parenthetically, as the DM, you, yes, would know that for close to 2 decades now, the kami have been up in a boil for some reason.
Okay.
And have been attacking all kinds of civilizations of the different races on Kamigawa. They seem to have a special malevolence towards the humans, and especially the humans of Iganjo City, which is the main human city in the center of the map. But they have attacked their share of Akki, Kitsune, Saratami, the rat folk, the snake folk,
Gotcha.
and everybody else.
Okay.
The ogres and whatnot.
Not uncommon to hear tales of said things.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm glad you were in the right place at the right time then.
It's tends to be a handy skill to have. Serendipity.
Yeah, we tend to find ourselves commonly at the right place.
And she looks kind of from person to person and goes, "What are your names? What do I call you?"
Well,
my name is Galibar.
I am Adamant.
She kind of knocks on your chest plate again.
You may call me
Pardon
Oyohusa.
me.
It's nice to meet
It
you.
is very nice to meet you.
Elora will give a little bit of a wave and say, "Elora, it's kind to see a new face around."
It is very nice to meet you, and it is very nice to be seen. It's been a while since I came here, and you see the same faces day in and day out after a while. It gets rather boring.
And none of you will need to make any kind of checks as you notice that there are peeking out from windows and stepping out of the Akki people who just seem absolutely fascinated by Enka. It's clear for the rest of you and Enka yourself as well that these goblins have never seen a creature like you before. So for the rest of you, that probably jives with what she sort of indicated about her being a visitor to this plane, and that probably there aren't any native minotaurs in Kamigawa, but they just kind of are all gawking. And for those of you that have spent enough time around goblins, even though these goblins physically look a little bit different, sort of the bug-eyed, slack-jawed way they look at something that surprises them is universal among goblins, no matter what plane you find them on. And as is sort of the working out of, oh, well now, those horns would be like really cool defensive weapons. How could we maybe figure out how to create something like that?
She seems to take it all in stride because, of course, having lived here for some time, and coming from the academy, she just takes it in stride and seems very gracious towards anybody that may look her way.
Okay. Yeah, and there's nothing, nothing threatening or sinister or
No.
devious about.
This isn't the
way
first
they
time
play.
she's been gawked at.
Yeah, they just are simply curious people. Now you, Enka, I'm going to say you've been in Kamigawa long enough to form your own opinion about the Akki that you have met. But when you first got here, you were a little standoffish because your guide who brought you to Kamigawa had a very low opinion of Akki. Called them dangerous, called them reckless, called them unreliable, called them all sorts of things, very pejorative. And when you got to the academy, now I don't know whether as a player, whether you've had a chance to read any of the fiction that I put in the Discord for everyone, but there's a history with a goblin called Kiki-Jiki, who the modern Akki consider the first true goblin, where he stumbled upon a dragon's den, and instead of getting eaten by the dragon recognized his curiosity and his natural cleverness and had a mission to actually go and take something from a Moonfolk palace. And while Kiki-Jiki was there, he wound up breaking mirrors. And in breaking the mirrors, because of the nature of the Moonfolk mirrors, he actually released his reflection. So his reflection was captured as an intruder while he was able to get away, recovering the item that the dragon wanted. And then because he did that boon for the dragon in turn taught Kiki-Jiki all kinds of secrets that led all of Kiki-Jiki's progeny to become curious inventors, and that over the many successive generations has led to the goblins becoming the most technologically advanced race in Kamigawa, because they realize that curiosity pays off, and that experimenting with things without exactly knowing what you're doing can often lead to great discoveries. Which that's another trait of goblin inventors, regardless of what plane you're on, is they're sort of like, well, try something until it blows up, and then we'll see what we learn from that.
Let's poke it with a stick.
Yeah, exactly. So you realize there are curious people, and that they may not always take the most safety protocols, but you've come to whatever your own conclusions are about the Akki. DM won't tell you what you think about them. And so this Duke says, "Well, come in. We have accommodations for you. Our friends are here. They have a few things they're going to be doing today, but I think they're going to be investigating some of the rest of the plane and trying to help us get everything running again. So maybe we'll be able to get this teleportation circle running, so that you all will be able to leave if there's problems in getting back from here in the first place." So they lead you inside, and they will let you all do whatever it is that you are up to doing. So, as I said before, I know we have some things that Adamant wanted to do, some things that Galibar and Oyo wanted to do, and then perhaps there's some stuff that Elora and Enka would want to do. So, Galibar, let's go ahead and. I'm sorry.
No, I was
go ahead,
just
Adamant.
making sure it was working.
Oh, okay. Yes. Galibar, let's go ahead and start with you. And we will go ahead and I think what you had wanted to do from my notes last week is you wanted to go to the library, and I guess Oyohusa would go to the library too.
No,
And
I
you
had
were
already bent. I had already went to the library, and they said they were going to gather books for me. But my
Now-
main thing was
Okay.
going to go see that wizard.
If you remember the way we ended it, we had all ended up around the breakfast table, and Oyo had gotten, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, Elora spoke her mind, and he was like, "Hey, Adamant, where are you going?" And then Adamant was like, "Oh, you should come with me." And I was like, "Yeah, that's a great idea."
Okay, so
And then I hastily left. Yeah.
Okay, so Oyo is going to go with Adamant. All right.
Hmm.
So Galibar, they have found some books for you, and I'm going to sort of summarize for you what those books found. If I recall correctly, if I made my notes correctly, you were looking for books on the Oni.
Yes.
Okay. The Oni are malevolent spirits of evil and chaos in Kamigawa. Sometimes you see the Oni referred to as demons. And most of these evil spirits were locked away in the Sokenzen Mountains. And of course, it just so happens that the keep where you are is in the Sokenzen Ridge. So this is apparently an area that is, traditionally near where the Oni have been imprisoned. Now, since the Kami War began, this is something you find from one of the newer books, many of the Oni have been released by what Galibar would consider to be cultists from Waterdeep and from Toril, cultists that kind of that worship sort of crazed spirits. There are worshippers that call themselves the O Bakemono, And they believe that the only salvation for Kamigawa is to destroy the plane itself. So they kind of are active nihilists in terms of actively seeking the destruction of Kamigawa. And Oni, one of the key features of Oni is the presence of a third eye. And a lot of times you will find that people who are adherents of the Oni and followers of the Oni will either have a tattoo or in some cases will either brand themselves or scar themselves by carving a third eye into their foreheads. This is the kind of extreme devotion that these cultists have. And this is especially most of the cultists that are in Kamigawa tend to be humans. And like in most of the planes where you all have been, humans are the major race that has the shortest lifespan and are the most prolific procreators, and they also tend to be the least patient. They always want things right now. And so that tends to make them pursue kind of extremes in the way that most of the other longer lived races do not. So that is a little bit. I'm going to take this paragraph and I am going to paste it into a private message to Chris. And I'm going to take out this one sentence, which has more to do with mechanics of the card game than our game. And I am going to do that. Okay. All right. So there you go. That's a little bit of what you have discovered about the
after the book. Elora had
you
said they wanted
guys
to
will
come
go
with me
into
last.
that, but before we have you go talk to the wizard, let's circle back to Adamant and Oyohusa. So Adamant and Oyohusa, you all were going to go looking at the machinery that's not working. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the Duke will have one of his engineers, actually several of his engineers, will lead you down to the area where they find there's two engineers that are leading you. Their names are Odi and Iga. And so Akki engineers are okay. Odi and Iga. And they take you to this complex in the basement of the the keep. And you can tell from the number of flights of stairs you go down. You probably are descending about 50 feet into the bedrock of the mountain. And there's this big, huge area that's opened up. And they tell you that this is engineering room 4. And that there are a total of 8 engineering areas that are spread out underneath the keep. And this place is probably a good 200 feet by 200 feet square. And the ceiling here is around 20 feet high. And there are pillars of the rock that have been left in place that help to support the ceiling. So it's not completely opened up. They have left stone pillars to shore up the place. And it is filled with all kinds of massive machinery. Now it's not machinery that has, glowing gems and glowing screens in the way that you found in Ravnica. This is more machinery that looks a little bit more familiar to you. It has a bunch of gauges and dials and levers and switches, and there are big pipes that look like they would be carrying some sort of liquids or perhaps steam. And he takes you over to one area and he says, well, now, let's see, which one is it that is talking to you first? Odie says, now over here, you can see that this is the main area where we do the refining. We know that you guys came here because you wanted us to be able to refine the bog sludge into tugrit oil, and this is normally the machinery where we do it. But look here, and nothing is working. And he flips a few switches, and indeed, no dials move. There's no sounds of anything. There's nothing. He says, now, in addition to the mechanical power that comes from the steam in the boilers, which the boilers work fine. We can create all the steam we want, but we have to vent it out because none of the machines will work with it. In addition to that steam power, there's also arcane energies that cause some of the reactive elements to work the way they're supposed to for the refining process. And those, nothing seems to work. You put the steam through it all day long if you want to, and it's just going to sit there and do nothing. Not even the arcane sensors that are supposed to detect the steam power will register. So there's something clearly interfering with this. Now, if you can figure out something that's going on, that a way we can work around that would be fantastic. But we've tried everything we know, and we can't make heads or tails of it.
Well, could you show me the power core?
Oh, certainly. Okay, we have to go down to the sub basement level where we have some of the magma vents. Now it gets pretty warm down there, so if you guys are bothered by heat, we do have some protective gear.
Don't need that.
Okay, and they look at Oyohusa and they say, we usually wear protective gear when we're down there because it's pretty uncomfortable to us. I don't know if the heat bothers you very much, but we've got some, and we've got it sized to fit humans. It'll probably be it'll be about the right height for you, but it might be a little bit too bulky, but it'll do the trick. And
That would
so, go ahead.
be just fine. Perhaps I would need some protective gear. No.
Okay, so they take you down another couple of levels, and they go to this worker's locker room area, and there's all kinds of protective gear, and they get basically what looks like a spacesuit for Oyohusa. It's got sort of if you imagine the stereotypical like apiary or beekeeper's outfit where it has that sort of heavy cloth helmet with kind of a clear visor on the faceplate, and then it's just like putting clothing made out of blankets that's put all over you. That's kind of what they give to Oyohusa, and so he's walking around a little bit like the Michelin Man, uh, within this big heavy cloth thing over his head that has a clear visor on the front so he can see out from it. And they've done something so that it doesn't fog up when you're breathing in there. So that's good. And they take you down about 2 more levels. And when you get down there, Adamant, you can see the glow of the magma. And indeed, there is a vent that goes down about another 100 feet to what looks like a river of molten lava. And the Akki will tell you that this mountain range is a volcanic mountain range, and that this keep has been here for at least 10 generations of Akki, and they haven't ever had any kind of eruptions. So as far as they're concerned, it's a stable area. But the heat coming up from that is obviously really good for powering and generating steam. And they do have some gigantic turbines, and there's some river water that they divert down here, and it goes into a large tank which is suspended over the lava, and it's on chains so that they can raise that tank up higher or they can lower it down. And obviously, the closer they get it to the lava, the more heat it generates, and the farther they get it, the less heat it generates. Right now, it's kind of mostly all the way to the top, and they say that they just have a minimal amount of water in there, constantly running through it to keep the metal itself from getting overheated by exposure to the lava below. And but they will go ahead and they will operate the machinery, and these have large handles that look like circular handles where you can twist those and they will open valves. And when you do, there are gauges, and you notice that the gauges do move to show that there's more water running through the pipes going into the tank. And indeed, you can hear that there's more water. And then you can see on other gauges how the pressure of the steam rises, and then they start to throw switches that starts to let steam go through different lines going to different parts of the area. And then there's another panel over here that is supposed to be the sensors on the refining equipment. And those sensors all stay just inert. They don't move at all. You can tell from the one bunch of machines that there's steam being sent there. You can hear that the pipes are rattling and bumping, so you know that stuff is happening inside those pipes up there. But the arcane machinery that's supposed to do their refining isn't responding at all.
What do you suppose is the problem, Adam?
Where does the power stop flowing at?
Well, that's just the thing. It's like if we go to the check valves, we can open the check valves and the steam is flowing through just like it's supposed to. So it's not a problem that the power is not going. It's just that the arcane components of the machinery aren't working. So the mechanical parts seem to be working just fine. Unfortunately, the refining process, because of the nature of the bog sludge, requires arcane energies to be infused in order to make the refining happen. If you just tried to refine it by natural processes using heat, well, you're just going to get thinned out bog sludge, and that's not going to do anything. It takes the arcane processes to actually turn the bog sludge into the tugrit oil.
The arcane energies, are they drawn from the kami?
They just seem to have always been part of the nature of having the refineries in the mountains here. Now, we initially, when we discovered the refining process here, we said, well, bringing it all the way from the swamps to the mountains and doing the refining here seems like a lot of extra work. So why don't we try to build a refinery down near the swamp? And we did, but it doesn't work down there. So the nearest we can figure is that there's something tied to the actual mountains themselves, the arcane energies that are produced by, if you will, the very land itself, that seems to be different here in the mountains than it is over in the swamps. And we don't quite understand it, but we just know that it works.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I am going to send some messages. See if I can get you some help.
Oh, okay.
Be prepared.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, will you?
You're saying that you're not getting any arcane energy at all, or it's just not activating the machinery?
Well, that's just it. Now, we do have wizards, and some of the wizard spells work just fine. Some of the other wizards' spells don't work.
Like?
Well, like the teleportation, for instance. We are familiar. We have formal relations with, I believe, the people that you came from, the Izzet League. We know some people in the plane of Ravnica that are part of the Izzet League. Like I said, they're funny looking goblins there. They just look weird, but nice enough folks. But they just look strange, and they have been able to come here, and in the past we have been able to go there. But whenever we try teleportation from here to go there, it doesn't work. In fact, no teleportation works. Not even trying to teleport from here to other parts of Kamigawa works. But other things like identifying magical items or magic missile or putting people to sleep, that all works, but teleportation doesn't work. So we're not quite sure why some of the magic works and some of it doesn't. But the fact that some spells don't work lends us to believe that the arcane energies required by the machinery are being affected in the same way that teleportation is being affected.
I see. If I may, what type of magic is teleportation?
And for Adamant, if you want to roll an Arcana check, I can pull that up.
I could certainly try to roll an Arcana check. Wait, it didn't. Okay, it did put me back in.
Okay.
Just brokenly. Awesome. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Well, it was more of a question towards the goblin, but I guess Adamant's there too, so that works.
Yeah. Oh, easy. Yes, you know that teleportation is conjuration magic.
That would be conjuration magical.
I see. Have you tried other types of conjuration magic?
Well, let's see here.
And they say, well, oh, I know. We can try some right now. And they, who is it? Which one is it? Iga says, hey, Odie, I will go get, I'll go get Teb. Teb is one of our arcane engineers, and he will is an Akki arcane engineer, and let's see if he can do his floating disc trick. He's got this spell that's conjuration that he uses to sometimes move heavy things around. It's like an invisible platform that he can conjure, and we put a bunch of stuff on it, and then we can just sort of float it around and move it from one area to another. A lot easier than having to pick it up and carry it ourselves. Or, well, of course, we're engineers. We don't carry things. We make the grunts do it, but it's a lot easier to do it with the spell. You understand? So they run off and they bring back, what did I call him? Teb. They bring back Teb, and they tell him what they want him to do, and he says, "Oh, okay, great. Well, where's that crate? Okay, we'll get that crate over there. We'll see if we can put the crate on it." And he casts this spell, and it goes off, and he says, "Okay, I think it's there. How heavy is that crate?" "Oh, it's about 50 pounds. "Okay, bring the crate over and put it on the desk." And so they pick up the crate and they bring it over, and they set it on top of this shimmering platform. It's nearly invisible, but it's got just like the barest hint of an outline. And when they set it on there, the crate wobbles a little bit, which Adamant, it's not supposed to do that. And then after a couple of seconds, it just falls and slams down on the ground.
Oh. Right. That's good to know when I send my messages.
So it worked, or it did not work correctly, or what?
It fizzled.
I see.
Yeah, it fizzled. It's supposed to
Well,
normally hold like 10 times that weight without any problem.
It's good to know one of my most powerful spells is Conjuration.
And it would be curious to know if it works in other parts of Kamigawa or if that's something that's just localized to here.
Well, what I will do is I will send my messages. As the people from the Izzet League look at the machinery.
Oh, okay. Let them know that. Well, let them know that Conjuration is kind of on the fritz, because if they're dependent on teleportation to get here and get back, that might be an issue.
I will let them know to be prepared for an extended stay.
Oh, all right. Well, it'd be cool to see some of our friends from the Izzet.
But I'm also going to contact a couple of groups in our plane. The dwarves in our world have experience creating geothermal power.
Okay.
So, transmutation spells are not working here. What would cause that, Adamant?
No, well, transmutation work. I've already used those.
Oh,
Conjuration do not.
Conjuration. Okay, yeah.
You should keep that in mind when you're using your own magic. Oh, yeah. But as far as what could cause it, if they draw magic power from the spirits, and the spirits are angry, that would explain quite a bit.
I sort of understand. It was a wild guess. He said that some magic worked and some didn't. So I thought they would. Good question.
It was. Adamant pats Oyo on the head affectionately.
Oyo kind of rolls his eyes like, oh, God.
Yeah, and actually, Oyo, if Oyo doesn't have inspiration, that was a good question. So go ahead and give yourself inspiration, and if Oyo does have inspiration, then you can choose to give it to somebody who doesn't have it.
I will give it to our new companion.
Okay.
Oh,
Enka?
thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Enka.
So, Enka, give yourself inspiration, and I'm sure you know in 5th edition, inspiration is just an extra D20 roll.
Yes.
If you need. Okay. All right. Just
Thank
wanted
you.
to double check.
What Adamant is going to do, he's going to send basically the same message to the head priest of Gond, his elven buddy, the head
Okay.
priest of Moradin, and to God, what's his name? The goblin that starts with an F.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fizzlewick.
I'm
Yeah.
having a rough week and
Yeah.
lots of things are slipping my mind these days.
I'd have to go look him up again myself.
But I'll
Just
type
call
it a
him Fizzlewick.
generic message, but it's going to be the same message to all of them.
All right. And so he will do that. Now, gentlemen, I will come back to you, but in the meantime, while you all are composing that message and contacting those folks from the other planes, let's go ahead and swing over and check in on Elora and Enka. So
Did Laura. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Yeah. So what are you all doing while the boys
So
are
we were
off?
all led back inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can be inside the keep.
And okay, so she just kind of stands there awkwardly for just a moment, kind of looking around, taking in the sights of this place. I take it it's quite grand or simple.
It's a utilitarian keep, but it's got think a little bit like steampunk accents to it.
Okay.
That the goblins have done. So there are some labor-saving devices, some of which are not working because of the problems with arcane. Like there are doors that some people will walk up to the door and they will get at the door and then they will say shh and nothing will happen, and then they kind of like shrug their shoulders and they reach out and they push the door open. And after they do that a couple of times, they'll say, well, normally these doors respond. If you walk up to them and you go shh, they'll open for you. And they're not working right now, so
Is
you have to open them.
this the type of technology that's been seen before elsewhere or just here?
You have come upon different. It's recognizable as the kind of thing goblins would do. You haven't seen this exact thing with automatic doors before, but you have seen things where people will have like automatic tea kettles.
Okay.
Where they can, in some Akki installations, actually in the Akki dormitories at the academy, you have seen where some of the students rigged up this thing where they can, whoever's the first one to wake up on the dorm hall can flip a switch in their before they get out of bed, and then within 5 minutes down in the common eating area, there will be a kettle that has been filled with water and has been brought to a boil, so that when they walk in there, it's ready to just pour it and make tea.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that's the sort of thing that Akki will do. It's like, oh, yeah, it'll make our lives easier if we do this. So they'll just figure out things they can do like that. And
it's just something I haven't gotten used to coming from a very basic backwoods almost place. Okay.
Yeah. People have two hands. They can easily open a door.
Yes.
So why would you make the door open itself? Just doesn't make any sense.
The only thing it would come in handy is if you have your hands full and no one else can open the door.
Correct. Yes.
Anyway, so, but she kind of looks around and then she kind of looks back over at Elora and then continues to kind of look around a little bit and goes, so how long have you been here? Just since yesterday? Have you been here before?
Sorry. I'm guessing by this time Galibar's gone to go see the wizard.
Yeah, I guess this is before he would go to see the wizard. Or we can say it was after he went to see the wizard, and we'll just backtrack, and you can be with him when he goes to see the wizard.
No, that's fine. But she'll turn to Enka, right?
Yeah, Enka Velka.
She'll turn around and said, We only slept here for one night, but I don't know. We were pretty exhausted after that fight, I would say. But I believe one night. How?
Where did you come from? From here? Before you got here?
I think its name is Innistrad. Were you born here? On this plane?
No, I am from a different plane.
Did you use that teleportation circle dizzy machine thingy too?
I'm not quite sure what that is.
Actually, no. Because
No.
you came here with a true planeswalker.
Ah.
True planeswalkers have an ability that it's teleportation like, but it doesn't require traditional teleportation circles.
Gotcha. Okay.
They kind of have an innate traveling ability that manifests with something they refer to as a spark that allows them to simply travel, and they can carry a limited number of people with them when they go.
Gotcha. So she'll just kind of say, no, my mentor brought me here with them. They are a planeswalker, so we came a different way.
Elora will basically, then she'll seem like she's going off in her thoughts and then linking up what Oyohusa and Adamant, all of them were saying about planeswalker, and then her brother, and then now you planeswalking. She would turn around and shake her head and say, well, I don't recommend using that circle. It is really dizzy.
Well, unfortunately, if it's the only way to go somewhere else than here, it may be the only option I have. So I will just have to put up with the discomfort.
Sadly, same. She kind of rubs the back of her head, knowing that she'll have to get used to it one way or another.
So, how long have you been with these other individuals?
She'll take a moment, then she'll look at her fingers, and she'll start kind of counting things.
Just a generalization.
How long has she been with them?
I would say maybe. Pardon me?
It's been like what, 3 weeks?
In game time, yeah, it probably has, because I'd have to go back and I'd have to see what the date was when she first joined the group.
And it's normal, years and months, our time, right?
Yeah, I think, it's been about it's been about so when did we start on this? Actually, it's probably been about a month. Yeah. It's probably been about a month that you have been with them.
Okay. So Laura will turn around and say, well, if my calculations are right, I would say about a month and a few days.
Oh, not that long then. How did you come across these people to join? Or why did you join them?
Elora will laugh, and then you can see a hint of sadness in her eyes once you ask her that question. I hunted down my brother because he ran away from a play date with Griffey. As she turns to her bag and then pulls out a statue, a figurine of Wondrous Power, a griffin. And you can see it kind of dancing on the top.
The Minotaur kind of looks at that and looks up at her and looks back down and goes, I have never seen anything like that before.
Oh, Griffey just loves to come out and play. Once I'm able to summon him again, you'll absolutely love him. As you can tell, that the little sparkle of happiness came back into her eyes, and she's all giddy again.
Well, that will be a very interesting meeting, I'm sure. So, did you travel with these as just a travel partner, or were you doing something, a quest, or something?
Well, the best way I can put it is they're my new friends. You know, I seen the look in your eye whenever you first saw me. You know, I'm not around these parts and not so welcome, you could say. So it's been hard coming up to be my own person.
I
To
see.
hell with the Underdark rules. Bunch of pricks anyway.
And she's kind of like, what? You just kind of see this confused look on her face after a while. She's like, I'm sure someday I will understand that, but for now, I will just let things be.
Elora will smile and then she'll turn to I keep on needing to have to look at your name. Enka's back and seeing her leer tiny bit poking out, she'll kind of like try and poke her finger around, but like keeping her distance and saying, "Wait, what's that? That looks kind of cool."
Oh, that would be a leer. Or liar, excuse me, liar.
Liar seems mean. No. She'll turn.
It is something that I play.
You know how to play it?
Well, yes, I do. Would you like to hear?
Elora will sit down on a chair and then
Like,
put her
flop.
hand.
Yes, I want to hear.
Yeah.
Very well. I will, while we wait for the others, I assume, I will take a chance to entertain you.
Okay. Go ahead and make a performance check. And this is not necessarily to see how much you impress Elora, but to see, what sort of reaction you get from the Akki that may be in the nearby area. Okay, 18. That's pretty good. You play this music, and the Akki that are around, you notice that after you play for a couple of minutes, it's not just Elora there listening, but there's a number of Akki. It looks like about half a dozen Akki have walked up, and they're kind of watching you, and they've got that look like, oh wow, that sounds really nice, and they kind of got that smile on their face that you get when you're listening to something that you haven't heard before, but that's very pleasing to the ear. And you finish, and they give polite applause. Oh, that was very nice. You play that very well.
Oh, thank you. I've had a lot of practice.
Oh, I can tell. We can tell.
And then she looks over at Elora. Did you enjoy?
Elora will shake her head and start applauding with a grin on her face.
Oh, that makes me so happy. I am glad that I could entertain you.
Well, it's my pleasure to hear this beautiful song. Thinking it's a song. Probably.
Well, it is a song. You put notes together, you make a song.
True, very true. As she kind of like rubs the back of her head a bit
I'm
more
like,
out of embarrassment.
Okay.
Yeah, Elora, it's very different. The plucked strings sound very different from the bells that were in the tower that your brother and his followers would play, and even a little bit different than the violin that your brother would play. Strings, but these are plucked as opposed to being bowed. So it's a different style of music, but yes, soothing and melodic nonetheless.
Yeah.
At least I'm presuming that's what
Yes.
Enka would be going for.
I didn't play any jigs.
Okay.
Also see Elora dancing all around, having a grand old time.
Yes, this one was more for sitting down and contemplating the universe type thing.
Okay.
So she'll go back. She'll just continue to play, a couple of songs, just more, just enjoying and entertaining just a little bit.
Okay.
Just until the others can return.
Okay. So while Enka is playing and entertaining, Elora, we're going to wind the clock back a little bit, and Galibar, we are going to pick up with you, and let you and Elora go to speak to the wizard. And let me see, let me go back and take a peek here. See if we had okay. So go ahead, Galibar. You were going to see this wizard person. And I'm
Yes,
just
they
looking
wanted
back.
they had wanted me to teach their wizard how to do ice magic, so I was just gonna teach him Ray of Frost.
Okay. Yes. All right. I'm going back and looking and see. I don't think I gave this person a name last week. So we will go ahead and we will do this. We will. All right. So you get directed to the wizard, and you go to see. Galibar goes to see the wizard. Ushi. And it's Ushi's lab that you go to, and you step into the place, and it is almost exactly what you would expect from a goblin wizard's lab. The place has it's stuffed with all kinds of books and tomes and bits of arcane materials, and there's a cabinet over there, and you notice in the cabinet, apparently one of the components that this person has, that this wizard has, is for different things, is live spiders. And several of the spiders have crawled out of their container and have built webs over there. And he is in the process. When you walk in, he's up on a step ladder, which is kind of a rickety step ladder. And he's actually trying to very carefully pluck the spiders out of the web and put them back into this thing. And then he shakes his finger and he says, "Ow, don't bite me." And he throws the spider into this little container, and he seals the container, and he then sucks on his finger when he hears the door open, and he turns around and he's oh, pa, pa, pa. Hello, how are you? How can I help you?
Oh, yes. I was told that I should come see you, because they had mentioned a treat that they could only make during the winter because of the cold, frozen, and I told them that I knew how to do some basic ice magic, and they wanted me to teach said magic.
Oh, ice magic. Ice magic. Oh yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, come on in, come on in. And he gets you. He goes over to a chair that currently has a bunch of tomes in it, and these books, they've got like scroll parchment stuck in between pages, and there's other things. So he starts picking them up off of the chair, and he looks around and he finds a pile on his desk, and he starts stacking these tomes on top of this pile, and this pile is very rickety and starts to kind of wobble a little bit as he keeps putting more books onto it. And he's like, oh. So then he takes some of the books off and he makes a separate pile. But then he realizes now he's covering up some of the space where he wanted to work. So then he takes those books off and he puts them on the chair that he's been using, and then he just sits on the books. And so now he's got some parchment there in front of him, and he looks around and he has to move some piles of paper aside to find his little inkwell. And then he digs through a drawer, and he pulls out a quill, and he looks at the quill and he sees it's got an old nub on it. So he pulls the nub off and tosses it over his shoulder, and then he digs around and he finds a little container that has some fresh nubs, and he puts that on the quill, and then he gets the ink pot ready. And he says, okay, so you do ice magic. So I guess you should demonstrate it first, and then we can talk about the actual processes that you go through to make this spell work. So what do you call this spell, first of all?
I believe the term that called Ray of Frost. It's a fairly simple spell, but effective. For you to demonstrate it, do you have a target that I could
Oh,
spell?
a target. Yeah, something that I want chilled. Aha! Okay, I've got it. And he says, now it's here somewhere. It's here somewhere. I had it yesterday. And he goes and he pulls out a cup, and it's actually a cup. He looks in it. He says, "Oh yeah." He says, "Here's some fruit juice. I didn't finish it yesterday. It's always better when it's cold." And so he takes it and he puts it on the table. He says, "Go ahead and chill that."
Okay. So it might become frozen solid. So I will cast Ray of Frost on it. I'm guessing since it's just an object I hit.
Yeah. It doesn't really
13 cold damage.
Yeah. And so you fire that, and ice crystals form on the outside of the glass. And because it's a little glass thing, it just freezes solid. And he's like, whoa! Oh! Now that's really powerful. and he takes the cup and he looks into it and he turns it upside down and he shakes it, and of course it's all frozen into the bottom of the cup. Ah, that's really neat. But now it'll just warm up like usual, right? Just like it was ice you brought in from outside in the winter, and it'll gradually thaw.
Actually, Galibar thinks of something, real quick.
Okay.
And he'll take out the do I have I'll take out my well, I have a mess kit on me, so I probably have something for there. I will carefully like chip the I will like break down the ice, like shaved ice or something like that,
Okay.
and like chip it down so it's like edible flavored ice.
And so he gets some of that. And he says, "Oh, yeah, that's good." And then he makes this face like, ah, and then he spits it out. He says, not you, but I forgot. This has been sitting around all day, so it's kind of gone bad. But dang it! Now that's something we need to invent. How can we?" And he starts jotting down, "Make juice stay good all day in a glass?" Question mark. And he says, "Okay, that's
I,
something we're gonna have to invent."
I do have a few things I could possibly could work off of
Oh,
for
really?
that. Yeah, I have I take out my 3 tankards that have that 3 times per day can summon 3 different kinds of alcohol. And then I pull out one of my giant chests of preserving.
Elora will just shake her head in the background.
And I say, well, the chest is currently preserving some meat, but it could also, I guess, something with this enchantment could also preserve other.
Oh.
And
It's
these tankards can just like I'll pull out the one. What? I'll hold up the tanker that I had last used for the during the previous day,
okay.
and I'll say I think it was like I can't remember what exactly the drink is, but I think it's like a honey meat or something like that, and
Okay.
it's that in Draconic, and I say the keyword and fills up with the mead. Like it summons or it creates
Okay.
liquid.
What is the actual name of this magic item?
It's a tankard of.
Tankard of Plenty.
Yeah, I had gotten 3 of them when I was.
Yeah. Let me just double check. Okay.
In a party full of wine drinkers, he didn't without his.
Yeah. 3 points of restore an ale. Okay.
I have one that summons mead, one that summons ale, and one that summons.
Okay. All right. I was just looking to see if it said something about that item, but it doesn't. Okay. Well, let me.
I can
take
find
a
it for.
quick- No. I looked it up. Let me just. Summon. Oh. Okay. Well, I was looking for summoning and trying to verify, and yes, summoning is in fact conjuration magic. So you say the command word, and indeed it fills up with. You were using the mead tankard?
Yeah.
Okay. It fills up with something that looks like mead, and you take a taste of it, and it's kind of like what you taste is kind of like something that would be like mead syrup with only about a quarter of the alcohol that you would expect.
So just
So-
straight up honey.
So yeah, kind of like a watery honey
Because
is
mead
kind,
is from
right. It's fermented from honey. So it's kind of like a watery honey with just a bare little bit of alcohol. It doesn't have any of the expected carbonation or any of the other
the kick.
the kick that you would expect from a fully fermented drink. And it's like, ugh, didn't do this last time. It's not quite right. It's trying to work, but it's not working exactly the way it is supposed to. Now, I don't think you were down in the machine room with Adamant and Oyohusa, but
The chest of preserving is so it's
oh, the
I
chest
think
of
it-
preserving, it's fine. The stuff in there is fine.
so they probably work off of the well Galibar says to him, well, something messing these tankards. But
Oh yeah, we've had problems with conjuration spells. The teleportation doesn't work, and there's problems with some of the machinery that we have around here. It's not functioning correctly. We think it has something to do with the unrest in the kami, in the spirit realm, with all the kami being agitated for whatever. But we're not sure. But yeah, it's not surprising if that summons something, conjures something, it probably will be a little bit off. He says, "Can I taste it?"
Sure. Oh, the tankard on the desk.
Okay, picks it up and he tastes it. Woo! Oh, that's sweet. It's actually
So,
pretty good.
The alcohol that it's supposed to be is made from.
Oh.
So we just got that.
Oh. Well, are you gonna drink the rest of this or not?
I mean, you can drink the rest of it, but I guess
Okay,
it
so
doesn't have much alcohol. Probably
yeah.
won't
So
affect
he
us.
pours it. He pours it into the glass that you froze. he just pours that in there, and then he starts to drink out of that, and he hands you the tankard back. He says, "Thank you," and he seems to enjoy this. Apparently, this guy has a sweet tooth, so. and yes, it's like syrupy sweet from Gallibar's point of view, even more so than the fermented mead would be. So he'll quiz you a little bit on the process that you go through, and you can tell him whatever Galibar would tell him about casting the spell, and he makes some notes about it. And he says, "Well, okay, I'll do some research, and if you get a chance, if you come back this way again, before you, before you guys leave Kamigawa, I'll check in with you, let you know what progress I've made on trying to adapt this spell to Akki magic, and we'll see maybe if we can come up with something. We might be able to collaborate on a whole new spell. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
I guess it would, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, so then he thanks you for bringing this news to him, because he agrees with you and with the chefs that if they can find a way of freezing the cream outside of the winter season, then the goblins would all really enjoy having this frozen sweetened cream treat that they like having in the winter. They'd like to be able to have that year round. So he will thank you for your time, and then we will swing back around and check in again with Adamant and Oyohusa.
Oh, I messaged you. I messaged you my message.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Akki and Kamigawa. Okay. You receive several replies. The replies you get from, or the reply that you get from Ravnica is understood. We'll check for volunteer. Okay, let me just write this here. From Ravnica, understood. We'll ask for volunteers that want to visit Kamigawa for extended vacation. And then from Waterdeep, you get similar responses from both the Temple of Gond and the Temple of Moradin. Okay. So they will respond to you with that. They're kind of like, huh? Clearly they don't understand.
I don't have any more sendings.
Okay. All right. So you can let them know on the following day what is going on.
Well, I guess I could cast it at a higher level.
Yeah. If you guys feel that you need to.
Well, the sooner we get this work done, the sooner we can move on, or so on and so forth.
Okay. Oyohusa, anything in particular you were looking for here?
What do you mean looking for?
You were with Adamant, and I just didn't know whether you had any more that you wanted to do there before you guys perhaps go and reconvene with the rest of the party members?
Uh,
I didn't want to cut you off.
Oh, well, if we're done here, I guess we're done here. I was just going to ask him, maybe in character, if is there anything strange about the mountains that we're in, or anything like that, folklore, legend, or like anything that could be linked back to a cause for why this stuff is not working, or I'm just kind of like trying to use logic to deductive logic reasoning to figure out what the hell's going on.
Well, the engineers will sort of scratch their heads, and Odie will say, "Well, they say that there's some property of these mountains that they were able to use to imprison the Oni. And rumor has it that some of the cultists have been going around and setting the Oni free. Now, I have no idea how the Oni being imprisoned or the Oni being free would make a difference to anything. Because as far as we know, the Oni, while they're able to tap into magic, they don't have anything to do with the actual flow of magic. They just sort of use it like other creatures do. But that's the only thing I can think of. And of course, if you've studied the arcane theories, it's a well-known fact that the different type of land that you're on causes the flow of magic to work differently. For instance, if you're on an island out at sea, that creates one type of magic that is more conducive to certain kinds of spells. And if you're out on the rolling plains, that uses yet another kind of magic. And here in the mountains, there's a special kind of magic that is conducive, like we say, to the refining process normally, which doesn't seem to work when you're in the swamps. Not sure what about the forest, but the forests usually, they have their own kinds of magic as well. Things work a little bit differently. So that's just an established fact. I mean, everyone in the multiverse knows that. So, I mean, that's just sort of, first year wizard school stuff. Is learning about the ways that the different types of land affect the magic. And he talks about that as though it were universally known and accepted. And Adamant, you've never really heard anybody explain magic in those terms.
But it makes sense.
Yeah. In Toril, they talk about the weave of magic, and it seems like magic is more of a mystical energy that pervades everything. And the wizard is sort of like someone operating a loom that is able to grasp particular threads of magic that they need, depending on whether they're trying to do conjuration or abjuration or transmutation or whatever, and is able to channel those threads through sort of the shuttle and loom, if you will, of the magical spells in order to get the desired effect. But this guy is talking as though it depends on what kind of land you're on, either what spells work better or what spells have a more powerful effect.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Adam's little antenna's going nuts. Sendings back and forth and all that jazz.
Uh-huh.
I sent you the next message.
Okay.
So what do we know
Okay.
so far? We know that conjuration magic, it is castable, but it fizzles out shortly after. Correct?
Yes, which would make teleportation dangerous.
So that means that it's not being prevented, but perhaps siphoned?
Perhaps not siphoned, but quelched. Think of it as a constant counterspell versus conjuration.
But you either can't cast it or you can. And in this instance, you're able to cast it, but it does not last very long at all.
Well, yes, it's constant. Constant effects usually mess with you a bit. You might be able to cast it, but it's quelched, like putting out a flame.
And the engineers, they're listening to you guys talk, and they're like, yes. Yes. Well, maybe that's something that we should look into. See if there's something we can do that can counter that effect. You know, the properties of lodestones are well known, how they can draw energies to themselves in a certain way. I wonder if there's some kind of lodestone we could create that would somehow counter this quenching or quelching effect that you talk about. And so they begin discussing that, and then they just start walking off talking and start ignoring you completely. So it's like
Oyohusa
kind of one.
This is
Oyohusa
your
casts Mage Hand. What happens?
Mage hand. Oh, okay. Yes, Mage hand.
gives you the finger disappear.
You see the spectral mage hand appear, and it hovers in the air in front of you. What would you like it to do?
Well, it's conjuration, so how long does it last?
Well, it seems to, as long as you just have it hovering in front of you, it seems to hover there. And if you'll recall the disc, when they had the floating disc, before they put anything on it, it was just hovering there like they expected it to. It was not until they put something on it that it failed. So the mage hand appears to be there, just hovering in the air. So what do you want to do? You just going to look at it for a minute and then release it, or what do you want it to do?
Go over and slap Adamant's armor.
Okay. You send it over to toward Adamant, and you notice a weird effect. You notice that 3 of the fingers stay exactly where they are, hovering in the air, and the rest of the hand kind of moves over towards Adamant. And as soon as it makes contact with Adamant, the entire spell just seems to dissipate. And Adamant, you don't feel anything when it touches you. It doesn't touch you hard enough to.
Oyo,
Yes.
your mage hand, it was disfingered.
I noticed. So the problem is not necessarily casting a spell of conjuration. It is the mere act of using it for movement. So perhaps
or for
if we
intended purpose.
designed an enclosure system that blocked out outer interference, but inside was the arcane energy in which they wished to harness to power the device. It would work because it would be in its own sphere of influence, if you will.
I agree, but we should let the engineers handle that.
Well, perhaps you should tell them my idea.
Well,
Better from you than me, I think.
well, I'm currently waiting for more messages back from the dwarves and the gnomes.
Okay. All right. So you did go ahead and burn higher level
Yes.
spells. Okay. I was trying to figure out whether you were sending that right away or sending that later. Okay.
Yeah, he sent it right away.
Okay. And then reply from Waterdeep. Understood. Kamigawa sounds like interesting. Interesting place. Okay. Right. Understood. Will recruit volunteer mages for diplomatic assignment. We'll tell them it may be permanent.
I'm sure they still won't have a lack of volunteers.
Yes. So, consulting with. Okay. And they also indicate that they're going to consult with Blackstaff Tower.
Okay.
So, and when you get those back, I am just going to. We're right about the top of the hour, so I think this is a good time to go ahead and take our break. And I am going to propose that after the break, we will all sort of reconvene.
Just gonna pass all the information on to the goblins and yada yada.
Yeah.
Just hit them with the yada yada spell.
Okay. Reconvene so that the party is all together again after their various different little excursions, and we will see what we can do from there. All right. I have 3 after. Let's go ahead and let's come back at 10 after the hour, and then we will resume the session. So I'm going to go ahead, put myself on mute, run the music, and I will be back.
Well, I guess be a good time. Like I said, maybe we get together, have some good RP, make plans to leave, I guess, and get this traveling circus on the road.
Oh,
What do
I
you guys
agree.
think? Yeah. You got to get to. Never gonna. I don't know why I can't remember her name. Hey, Gooney, are you there?
If you're asking about our character name, is Elka.
I didn't ask you.
Okay.
Shh. I'm just kidding.
Fine.
How are you doing today?
Nope.
No, what?
Dang.
Man, I'm
She
getting
just
it in real.
shut you down.
God, first Oyo and now me in real life. Good night.
The character name is in rule 20.
I know. I was gonna ask her to like if she could change her name in Discord. It would be helpful for me, or just add on her character name like the rest of us have done.
I like Elka.
I do too.
Elora gets to have a new friend that will deeply upset her, and she won't even know why.
Now I can't use references like, "Well, we better get to hoofing it," or
Well, you could.
I'm
Oh,
just
she can
wondering
take a
what's gonna
joke.
I'm just wondering what's going to happen when we get to Ravnica and all of the male Minotaurs see her.
they'll be utterly shocked.
If you keep up with this all night, I'm gonna slap.
Look, you've got to expect it, okay?
You got to move.
I
I got
mean,
no reaction from mine. None. I thought it's pretty clever.
well, I imagine all the Minotaur males that see her are going to be quite horny.
I mean, you've got to
Oh my
keep in
God.
mind, in our world, there are no female Minotaurs.
What?
Yeah, in our plane, Minotaurs are all male.
I don't think that's right.
They're not. They're monstrosities created by a demon lord.
Yeah.
Well, what if somebody wanted to play female Minotaur? I mean, I don't. Is that actually in the description for the playable race?
It's for the
That doesn't
playable
sound
race,
like doesn't sound like some Wizard of the Coast would allow.
the player race for Minotaurs is not from our plane. It can be used in our plane, but that race is not from our plane.
Well, poor Minotaurs in our plane can't get any tail.
Yeah, the Minotaur race came out with the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. Or it was made official in the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica.
Okay. Well, apparently there's female Minotaurs now.
Well, yeah. Just not in our plane. Unless the DM makes it, so.
Doesn't seem right.
I feel bad. She asked me a lot of questions, and I only asked her like.
You also have to keep in mind the player race for Minotaur is not the same as the monster.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like the monster is a large creature that is a abyssal monstrosity. So
Man, whatever happened to what's his name?
Are you saying women's can't be monstrosities too?
Whatever
I'm
happened
not
to
saying that.
whatever
I'm
happened
just
to
saying-
our Minnow cleric or whatever the hell his name was?
He was a druid.
Oh, a druid. Where did he go? Did he go to Cholt? I can't remember.
He went back to Cholt, yes.
Oh.
He's from Ravnica, too. He's just lived in Cholt for most of it. His name was Minos.
Yeah.
I still have his character sheet in D&D Beyond if I ever want to bring him back, but we have a druid now. So
Rip.
We've turned into a party of spellcasters.
yeah, all of us are gonna have spellcasting once Galibar gets well, all of us will have decent spellcasting once Galibar gets this class thing.
We went from a party that is like no spellcasting except for Adamant and Gonti to like. I mean, not Gonti, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, spellcasting is my comfortable suit.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it.
Like Galibar's gonna become a half caster once.
Yes, Elora, or Ivy, I should say, the joke for the first 6 or 8 months of the campaign was how if the party ever ran into any enemies that could only cast spells from long distance, they would be in trouble because they were all melee. They all basically had to get up in the grill of whoever they were fighting and physically fight them because they didn't have any long range attack because of no spell casting. Well, now they've kind of gotten a better balance between new players and characters coming into the party and the evolution of the other characters. They have gotten to the point where they still have the ability to go toe to toe and get in the grill and deal a lot of damage and disrupt people like with stuns and other types of things. But they now also have the ability to fight from range with spell casting.
And you've probably heard me say before, but you'll probably hear it again. Galibar's main thing is kill a caster.
Yes.
Kill the caster. Anytime we see a caster in combat, kill the caster first.
Yep, that sure
Would you
is.
just tell me not to fight you because you have a grudge against me already?
Well,
No.
I mean, you don't want them to get the word out.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop the music, and we will get back to the game. All right. Let me see. I think I can go ahead and I am going to make some adjustments to this on the fly. But I'm going to move us over to our handy dandy RP slate since we are all back together in an area, and I will go ahead and I'll get a token for Enka up here on this screen as well. All right, so you guys are all back together in your particular area, and you can take it away.
Okay. Did you guys learn anything?
Quite a bit, actually. Conjuration magic isn't working properly.
Yeah, I figured that out too.
It may have something to do with the spirits rebelling as they are. And I've got the Temple of Moradin, the Temple of Gond, and the Izzet League are looking for volunteers to send on a semi-permanent to permanent basis here.
We have
To
a good
help with
idea on how to fix the Inky's problems. At least in theory.
Yes, in theory. We shall see how it goes.
How did it go with you, Gally?
Well, I went to go talk to the wizard, showed him how to use the ice spell, and I found out that we couldn't use duration because when I pull out one of the tankards, I tried to use this thing, it did not work correctly. It's supposed to give me mead, but it just gave me so. Guess I'm not gonna be doing much of that while I'm here.
Well, I think that it is a phenomenon only in the mountains here. I can't prove anything, but we were told that maybe some Oni were responsible.
Well, I've been wanting to go. I read about the Oni. Kind of makes me want to fight them. So we should go and do that.
What are Oni exactly? What did you find out?
1 second, I'll gotta. They're kind of like they're spirits. But they're like evil and chaotic. They have a bunch of cultists worship them, and they can give demonic power to the cultists. So they're kind of like spirits, kind of like
What did you two ladies get up to while we were gone?
She knows how to play wonderful songs. Isn't that right? As Elora will turn over and then clap her hands some more in anticipation that she'll play for a song.
Oh, it's just something I do. Nothing important.
I mean, I can
Oh.
play music too. Nobody ever asked.
Or will feel bad now and walk up to Galibar and try and reach up and pet him on his head. Really, really difficult.
It
He
is good.
chuckles and just like pulls his drum out of the bag of holding and then puts it back in it.
It is good to have a lover of music among us. I am no master, but I am quite good with an instrument from my homeland.
I would be quite interested in listening to you play. Or sing. Or whatever takes your fancy. I always love learning about other places' joy of music.
Yes, perhaps I will play sometime. I have to be in, as you say, a mood.
Oh, I understand completely. Very much so.
Gally, would it be safe to say we spent most of the day doing what we were doing, or what time is day you think it is?
If we boiled it all down to strictly speaking, how much time would it take? Probably it took several hours. Now, I had a note, Oyohusa, a note that I had made that Oyo had been wanting to find some information on some of the different locations in Kamigawa from the library that he was going to be looking for that. And I can give you a little bit of that information, and I think I can go ahead and probably put that in a PM.
Okay.
Similar to what I did for Galibar.
We'll just say that, like, in the evening, while everybody's kind of resting and sleeping, I don't take as much need for rest, so I'll be, reading through books and stuff in my chambers.
Okay. All right. So yeah, there are 3 meals in a day here, and the goblins have an omnivorous diet. They there are some goblins that are vegetarians, some that are pescatarians, some
And some that are
that
Presbyterians.
eh. Yes, some
Sorry.
that will eat all kinds of meat and fowl, uh, as well as vegetables. So, whatever anybody's particular dietary preferences are, or your racial dietary preferences, they can be easily found in the kitchens here. And
Cool.
so you all are invited to dine at the table with the Duke for each of the meals,
Cool.
and he's very interested in sort of what you all have found out, and you basically discuss what you had talked about with each other with him. And
Yeah, he gets informed that he's going to have visitors, lots of visitors.
oh, and he thinks that is wonderful. He hopes that their hospitality will be up to par, and hopes that there will be minimal attacks by the kami. But he, when you tell him that among the engineers are the Izzet League and also like-minded folk from your own world, he figures that, well, if anybody is going to be able to help fight off the attackers, it would be wizards and the like. So he thinks that's pretty cool that they will be coming. And he says that he sincerely hopes for the comfort and safety of the visitors, that they're able to figure out something so that at least the teleportation will work. And to help you all on your way, it would be great if they can figure out how to get the machinery working. But as we mentioned before, your primary reason for coming to Kamigawa was to get the Tugrit oil. And at the very minimum, if everything else were working perfectly, that would require going to the swamps and getting the bog sludge and bringing that back so it could be refined. But since things are not going according to plan, there was a more circuitous route that had to be taken. There's supposedly a wise philosopher that is friends with the Kitsune that may be able to give you some information. But to get to the Kitsune, you have to go and talk to the snake people in the Jukai forest. And obviously, there's roaming bands of the kami around everywhere that you have to deal with. And then they also have warned you about the fact that there are ogres and that there are human bandits that are on the roads. So those are dangers that you would need to watch out for. And I think last week you had started the beginnings of a plan of the route that you might take, and we can pull the map back up at some point if you want to discuss that. Then, so talk to the snake people to get an envoy to talk to the fox people, talk to the fox people to talk to the philosopher. From the philosopher, find out maybe how you can intervene and see what's going on with the kami so that the machinery works. And then once the machinery works, get the bog sludge, bring it back so that it can be refined, and then you can go back home.
Right.
So
And Adamant was working on that thing with the map too.
okay, yes. Wait a minute. I know that I did something with that. Water of Waterdeep. Waterdeep artwork. Did I? I did. I did. Okay. I'm going to put something in the chat for you.
All right.
Adamant. Actually, I'm going to put two things in the chat for you. And so, two artworks. So the first is this one. Dun, dun, and dun, and dun, and dun, and this. So that one. And back. Okay. Then the next one is the maps. And then okay, so maps. Can we go? And there we go. All right. So now the one thing should now have a transparent background. So if you put it over the map, you should be able to see the map through it. That was something that I had not done before, and it's inexact, so there will be some areas that are covered up, but it's better than it was.
All right. And that's the same map that I already had, right?
I don't know whether you had a map of Kamigawa. It's the map that we've been using when we're looking at Kamigawa here in game.
Yeah, I copied it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh yeah, that works great.
Okay, good. And then speaking of PMs, so you guys go ahead and discuss.
Well, that was quick.
While I put something into chat for Oyohusa.
Are we having dinner or what's going on exactly? Did we decide?
You guys can be having dinner. You can be discussing in a private area after dinner.
Okay.
Whatever. It's however you guys would prefer to do it.
After dinner, Oyo would politely ask Enka, do you enjoy tea?
Why,
Oh, boy.
yes, I do.
Perhaps we should all relax to the lounge area and have some tea and get to know each other better.
Out of character, or well, in character, did somebody in character say, oh boy? Or did I hear something?
Absolutely not. Nobody said, oh.
It was Adamant.
Okay. She'll
You
kind of
were
look over at Adamant like, hey, sure. Why don't we go have some tea?
I guess the kettles and the cups come, and Oyo pours some tea for those who will partake.
Elora will invite herself to go grab some tea.
So,
Okay.
Inka, not all of us have got to spend much time with you today, as others, and he looks at Elora.
She'll stick
Please.
out your tongue.
Tell me, what brought you to Kamigawa, and what is your area of expertise, would you say?
Well, what brought me is more of a who than a what. My mentor had asked me at one time in my life to travel with them, and we traveled quite a bit. My mentor is she kind of looks over at Elora, a planeswalker, and so we did not have to use the teleportation circles to go to go places. And finally decided to settle down for a while here at the academy. And ever since then, it's just been me working on furthering my skills. My interests vary. I have quite a few interests. I originally grew up herding and watching sheep and other cattle, geese, that kind of thing. And I have ways of communicating with said animals, and to a point, calling them to barn for sleep, etc. So my mentor saw that and heard my voice and decided to take me along with them. And so I have been studying ever since and assisting.
If I may ask, what is or who is your mentor?
And she kind of shrugs a little bit and looks kind of around and then goes, well, my mentor is Tamayo.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I heard that name before.
Many haven't. So they were, she found me, and there were some things going on my world, and after things were handled, she invited me along, and the rest, as they say, is history. And what about you?
I am from my world named Toril. And I grew up on the eastern side of that world. And you could say that I specialize in gathering information, or that I specialize in secrets and martial combat.
She kind of looks down at the cup of tea. And easily gather some of this by putting others at ease with tea.
I mean, it is effective, no?
But I have nothing to hide, so I don't mind. It's just not many people ask for my background or my history. They actually know around here want to know more about what I am than who I am.
I was just curious. That's what you do for a profession. That's all.
I guess you would consider me a bard of some sort, but I usually put my skills to use doing other jobs with those kind of things than, a normal bard would. And I am not common for going around to places to tell stories or get rich from patronages, so on and so forth. My people keep a lore, and we keep our lore in a couple different ways, and that's what drew my mentor. Not only my singing, but also my the way our people keep history, and so wanted to know more about that, and so along I went.
You know where
Nothing
we come
exciting.
from. Bards are highly renowned.
Well, I'm sure they're renowned where I was from, but I never grew up with that lifestyle. I grew up on the hills and mountains, making sure that the village's herds did not stray or come under stress from the environment. And I still do that somewhat to this day. So everybody makes a fuss over bards, and I don't see what the big fuss is.
I think that it is an exciting profession, and it often is combined with traveling and exploring other cultures, and that is very intoxicating for the mundane, if you will.
Yeah. It does help get into places. That is for certain.
Except for that bard that wrote that song.
Excuse me?
I'll let Oyo tell you that one. There's a lot of emotions involved.
I'm sorry, what?
The one who wrote the song about us in Waterdeep, blaming us for the destruction. As he's saying this, he's focused on this image that he's trying to rotate and shift on a map of the plane.
What was that guy's name again? I forgot.
Oh, I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Yeah, I forgot what his name is too. I'd have to look it up because it's in another
right
document that I have from the.
All right. Well.
Toril.
So you are a secret gatherer. Do you have any other talents other than serving tea and gathering secrets?
I was jesting with you. I just specialize in
Lying.
I don't think you were jesting.
Elora will sip her tea quietly.
I specialize in espionage.
Which is a form of gathering information.
Yes.
I may look like a dumb animal, but I am not. You know what espionage is.
Well, that's primarily my contribution to the party.
And what about the rest of you? It's obvious you guys have traveled together for a while.
Galibar just raises his head and says, like, I hit things really hard.
And she chuckles slightly at that. Oh, I'm sure you do. But what else do you do? Everybody always has a backup.
I mean, I could do a little math, but it's
Oh, that's still something. Not sure every average, everyday fighter can do magic.
Before I went and chased my brother, I know I ran a little shop that helped people who were in drastic need.
It sounds interesting.
So any healing potions or things like that, I'll give it a try. I can't say it'll taste so good. Maybe I need to look into making like healing tea. And then Laura just goes back in her little thought again, just cog wheeling.
And then
I,
she'll
mean,
go
I
ahead.
guess I can talk to Dragon. Somebody else and do that.
Oh, well, that is something. But how often do you encounter dragons? Or
So
rescue
far-
damsels in distress from dragons?
So far, yeah, I think we've only met one.
Hmm.
Well, that's not true, Gally. We've met a couple of dragons. No?
Well, there was those two dragons that we helped kill.
Don't forget about Torinax.
Did Galibar ever meet them?
Okay. From the party standpoint, and my recollection is going to be a little fuzzy about where Galibar came into things, but the party encountered one dragon when they were going to that tomb early on. A young dragon being ridden by a Githyanki. They encountered perhaps that same dragon again down by the docks in Waterdeep. I think Minos was with the party at that point in time.
Right.
It was right after Minos and Adamant joined the party. Then there was the whole Battle of Waterdeep, where there were dragons littering the skies of Waterdeep and things happening. Galibar certainly would have been aware of that. He would have seen those dragons.
He's talking about dragons. Not.
Yeah. Then the dragon that you spent a lot of time with before you realized he was maybe fully a dragon, which turned out to be Aranax in his humanoid guise, that you all traveled from Waterdeep down to Chult with and helped. And then, yes, you all did see the dragons that Aranax fought, but that was basically Aranax's fight was with the dragons. Your fight was with the Githyanki and their lackeys in the line. So you all didn't really encounter those dragons as much as you saw Aranax chase them out and then fight them, and then he brought back the heads, and then I think you all had to be involved with trying to help bury the corpses, or you left the dwarves to basically do that.
What I was referring to is like he met the head of the Izzet League.
Oh yeah. Yes, a couple of you have met the head of the Izzet League.
No, I think it was just him.
I think it was just Gally. Yeah, I mean
Just
Galibar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just Galibar. Okay.
He had that honor. Yeah. We saw him kind of up at the top, but we've never gotten close, I think.
Okay. So the 2 dragons then that you have
I've
spoken
met
with.
2
Then she's kind of like, I think 1 is too many. In my
Some
opinion.
dragons are really nice.
Yeah, depends on the dragon, I suppose.
I see. Well, I'm always up for learning new things, but I would prefer maybe that not to be my first thing to learn.
I have, according to one of those dragons, soul.
You're cutting out, Chris. That
But
thing where
I say to according to the dragon that I talked, I have the soul of the dragon. So
Ah,
that's why I
well,
have
having
these
the
scales.
soul compared to having a body of a dragon, it's a little different.
I mean, I have these scales.
But you don't have the size, do you?
I can breathe ice.
Then remind me to keep you on the other side of the camp. I may have fur, but I still am susceptible to ice.
We all have our quirks and our special talents, that's for sure. Elora, she is quite gifted with, I guess you could say, natural things. And Adamant is very good with a divine side of things. He is our healer. Or I shouldn't say he's our healer, but he is quite gifted in the healing arts as a cleric. And he is quite the inventor, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Galibar is a lover of nature and quite fierce and very useful in a fight.
I see. Well, that will definitely be worth keeping an eye on at the time.
Do you like that tea?
I do.
Good.
What is this one called?
Well, perhaps I should tell you that it's from my homeland and it is made from cherry blossoms, is what we call it.
It is very sweet.
Galibar, you're thinking for a second that he remembers, and he takes the axe off of his back, and this is Willow Roar.
You name your weapons?
No, he is sentient. Used to be an ent or a treant.
Yeah. Adamant touches his shield, and this is Lefrum.
Yes,
and is that a treant too?
No, he is a dwarf.
She kind of you see that, what? It kind of does the whole little head shake like, what? It's a dwarf?
Yes.
How does that work?
So Dominaria, you would know dwarves. That's
yes.
That's common in Dominaria. And I need to look up and see.
But unless I misunderstood it, it made it sound like his shield is a dwarf. Did I hear that right?
Indeed.
So what? You carry a dwarf around by the collar as a shield?
No, you see, Lefrum is a very ancient. He was let us say evicted into the shield.
Oh, so his consciousness was put in there. And he no longer has a body.
Exactly.
This
Int.
axe, I believe, was actually Willow. Fell into they used this axe wielded by another planeswalker who knew Willow when they were still a tall tree, and apparently while fighting a blight, they went into a volcano, and then I guess save Willow, the other planeswalker, with an axe. You to fight blight, and now I'm wielding.
Interesting.
He can talk to me in my head.
Does he talk to others? Or just you?
Pretty sure just
Often they
Yeah.
say that is a sign of insanity.
So far, I don't think that Willow Roar has telepathically communicated with anyone else, and I don't know that Lefram has telepathically communicated with anyone else either.
He has not.
I think it's only that. And from your from Enka's standpoint, there are tree folk, and some people call tree folk ints. Especially, you would know that the Argothian tree folk from Dominaria, Argoth is the oldest forest, and among them, there is a group of tree folk that are referred to in legends as the guardians of Gaia's cradle.
Okay.
And some people give them the term int, but when they use it, int sounds almost like a title.
Okay.
Like as though they were some sort of special guard, if you will.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
when he says int, you think, oh, okay, special tree folk.
Yes. I'm sure I've come across a few doing what I did. Perhaps?
Yes, you probably, you definitely would have run across tree folk. In your guise as a shepherd trying to protect the animals, you would most often be trying to protect herd animals from the bloodthirsty tree folk that would try to actually snatch up and then either just for spite's sake tear apart animals that very freely walk around on four legs and eat up plants, or that would actually try to devour the animals because they are carnivorous tree folk. So there are those kinds of tree folk that you are aware of.
Dee kind of looks over at the the weapon and is like, yes, I've encountered some tree ents, and they are not always the nicest creatures out there.
Well, Willow War. Willow, he says, Willow War, were you a nice?
She kind of leans over to Elora and goes, I'm very serious that talking to things, inanimate objects sometimes. And then she kind of circles her finger around the ear like, cuckoo.
Elora will nod her head, say, well, at least we're normal. We talk to animals.
I would just like to point out But I'm not capable of such things.
Well, two things happen. Galibar, the axe Willow Roar will tell you, well, Morsalor seemed to think I was a good companion, both in my previous form and in this form. And then Lephram, you hear, or Adamant, you hear Lephram say, "Good gods, does this thing keep its brains in its horns? Of course, talking to sentient items is not a sign of madness." And just sort of gives this.
Well, the thing is
telepathic
there's
sigh.
this twinkle in Elka's eye, kind of like,
Well, Adamant looks at her, looks at Lephram. He says he wants to know if you keep your brain in your horn. And that, of course, talking to sentient items is normal.
she just chuckles and goes, "Well, I have been accused of keeping my brain in my butt, but that is not where it resides."
At this moment, Oyo speaks to Enka in her mind, and he says, "And some of us do not even need words to communicate with others."
I feel like that should be followed with mwahaha.
And you can
plug your ears
tell.
all you want. You will not ignore my philosophy.
So yeah, she just kind of looks over at him, raises an eyebrow, and then just leaves it at that. Well, you all seem like you are a great group of friends and good travelers and traveling companions. It will be interesting to see where your stories go from here.
I think I've got something, Gally.
You
Okay.
mentioned you want to travel, right?
I'm sorry, say what?
You said you want to travel a lot around more, right?
Well, when you grow up wandering the hillsides and the mountains, herding animals, and you're out in nature a lot, it tends to cause you to want to wander. And with my mentor, I did quite a bit of traveling and wandering before I came to settle here. And I've been here long enough that the call of the wilderness and the open road, or the ache in the hooves, so to speak, to get back out there and see what has happened since I was
Well-
last out and about.
Well, with us, you'll certainly be going to a lot of places, but it is fairly dangerous.
Oh, I've dealt with danger. Don't worry about that. I can quite well take care of myself. But it is
Oop.
always good to have someone to watch your back. Or your front.
Okay, Adamant, you should be able to control that that thing now. I think you
Yikes.
can probably move it around, and you can
Yep.
probably
Let me zoom out a bit.
yeah,
A lot.
yes.
All
It
right.
is a large map.
I can already see how it would line up. Oh dear Lord.
Took some work, but see, I need to resize.
let me know if it won't let you resize from the handles, and I'll resize it for you.
It's working.
Okay.
You're more than welcome to join us on our journey if you wish. We wouldn't mind having extra company, but know this, we cannot guarantee your safety.
Oh, let's just put it this way. I was planning on going my own way out into these wilds. As I've said, I'm
Oh,
quite
it's
capable of taking care of myself.
actually not letting me resize it.
Okay. I'm going to resize it a little bit, and then you tell me, is that too small?
And got to go bigger.
Go bigger.
Top left corner.
Okay.
Drag it towards the tree in the Jukai forest.
Okay. Kind of like that.
Yep. Keep going bigger.
Bigger.
Yep.
Like that.
Keep going.
That's what she said.
Okay. Like that.
Yeah. Let me send you the screenshot I have here.
Don't take this out of context.
Okay. All right. We will.
There you go.
Okay. So.
Ow.
Aha.
Cat,
Okay. So
stop that.
have it. That, and that. All right. That is.
Sorry, I have a sneezy puppy in the background.
Oyo is being polite to our new guest / companion, I suppose, but he obviously is keeping her at a distance. He doesn't trust new people very well, but he is going through the motions of politeness.
Okay.
So you'll only be accompanying us for a little bit? Is Elora is a little bit confused and kind of aw in her
Well,
voice.
I will be willing to accompany you for as long as the adventure continues. But I was basically saying that at some point, if these portals had been working today, I would have been off on my own already. I am not a fainting flower. I am
Oh,
quite
bless
able to
the
take care of
moon.
myself.
Bless the moon that you haven't gone there yet. Or well, the magic thingy not working correctly. Does it
Yes,
actually
there
still
are
work?
some things.
As she
There-
tries to produce flame in her hand, seeing if it actually works or not.
Flame conjure.
Okay, let me do this. I'm just going to do this a slightly different way. Instead of trying to figure out exactly how you had it. So I'm going to take
What
this
is the
screenshot, and I am going to save this. And I will call it this. I will call it this. I will say Adamant
He's gonna cheat.
Kamigawa alignment. Save. Then I'm going to go back here and I'm going to create a handout. And overlay. And I will choose. Oops. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do just drop this in here. And do you want to show everybody?
Yeah, he's working on it in front of him.
Okay, all right. So I will show it to all the players. And okay, so for the benefit of the chat, there we go. All right, so go ahead and describe it. It is up enlarged for the chat, so you can describe what they're seeing.
What we've got is if our seal diagram lines up with certain spots on this map as well. Then the south here, we've got just not too far from us. Oh, then we got one over in the swamps. Up at looks like a flying castle. Tree in the Jukai forest. And the city in the middle of the map.
And if Oyohusa has had a chance to read the kind of read the information he distilled from his books by this point,
Oh,
that
well-
may make some sense. If you look in I think it's a PM to you, Ken.
yeah, I read it. I just
Okay.
didn't know I had already looked at it.
We
But that's
can
fine.
just say that we can say that you've had time to do that,
Okay.
just to move things at the speed of plot.
Okay. I'm all for that. Well, Adamant, based on some of my reading, this does seem very interesting.
Might explain what's going on with the kami.
But, I mean, every place we go, are you going to just lay this over a world map and be like, ha ha? Or are you going to, or do you think there's something to this?
It's sealing something away. The seals are sealing away somebody or something.
I see, but
Do you remember what the Golgari priestess said to us?
I do. But we have done nothing about it every place we've gone.
This is something that needs to be handled by the planes, unfortunately. It's rather large and would take much time for our small group to handle.
I
I've
see.
been letting up the people in charge know. In Ravnica, they send people out to look around. And they're sending people to Innistrad as well.
Do you think we should spend some time here investigating this further, or leave it for the others to handle?
I think they seem a little less organized here with this war with the kami. I think this might be a good opportunity to check it out ourselves.
Well, as you know, I might be a little biased, but I like that idea.
I would never guess that with your last name.
Well,
Besides, it's not like we can leave until the problem is fixed.
well, that's not entirely true, no? We do have Enka now. And she has this special ability, no? What did you call it? And he looks over at Enka.
Enka was off looking at something else. She turns and looks and goes, "What? I'm sorry."
My friend Adamant here says that teleportation is not on the table for us, but if we have access to whatever it is that you can do, I don't remember what you called it, but we could use that, no?
To go other places, or what I can do
Yes,
here?
to go other places.
Oh, well, that was my mentor, who is a planeswalker. I don't know if she's available or not to tote us around, so to speak.
I see. I assumed that you had the ability to do it as well. My bad.
No, unfortunately, I am not a planeswalker. My mentor was the one that took us from place to place to place.
All right, Adamant, it seems that you're correct.
Well, it's not often that's not the case.
The other thing you will find, Enka, here is that this party is the most humble party you have ever met. They are also self-deprecating. Not.
She's kind of like,
Adamant has no ego whatsoever. He just stated the fact.
Adamant, I keep waiting for you to get rusty, but I have a fear I'll be waiting a long time.
I keep myself well oiled, Oyohusa.
And Oyo winks at Enka. He says, "Indeed."
Well, perhaps out of character, it's going on a good while into the evening. Yes, we've had dinner and tea.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I was going to say, at this point in time, she pulls out her lyre and kind of starts to play a little bit. And was going to look at playing just Song of Rest.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, I noticed from the tokens we were looking at earlier in the keep that some of you still were reflecting some injuries, and you guys have had at least one long rest before Enka showed up, so probably would be back to full health unless there was any kind of ability damage that you were sporting that would keep you from being at full health. Okay, wonderful.
While she's playing, he's going to write a note to have sent to the Duke to have him come see Adamant.
Okay. And I presume that when he responds to that note, you would sort of give him the same sort of
spiel, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, he's very interested in that, and he'll have some of his engineers look at it, and they will ask if they can make copies of that for their own use.
Of course. Sure, map.
Okay, so they will very excitedly go off and start talking about that. And in fact, one of the engineers will say, "Well, it's very interesting that you should point this out, because I don't know if you've noticed something about the areas you have identified, but there's one that's over the mountains.
Indeed, I did notice.
That's over the swamp, one that's over the plain, one that's over the forest, and then one that is over the waterfall. The island academy that floats above the waterfall. That is very much tied in with the lore of how we understand magic to function in this plane. Perhaps there is something that is locking certain magical abilities from functioning. If we can find what that is and break that lock, then maybe everything will go back to functioning the way it's supposed to.
What we discovered from the Golgari priestess is that the symbol is a seal keeping something locked away. Something very bad.
Oh. So she seems to think it's some kind of a ward?
A very strong ward. I've found such things on each plane we've been to. Possibly our own as well. They've not gotten back to me on it.
Oh. Well, that's certainly disturbing.
Well, even more disturbing is who she thinks it might be.
What is that?
Ah, shoot, Pete forgot the name.
Okay, was this the entity that you all discovered the last time you were on Ravnica?
I don't. No, it's somebody he might be trying to see. I'm scrolling back in the chat here.
Okay.
It's a long way to scroll.
Yes. Okay. So while he's looking for that, the soothing music is playing. Did you guys want to sort of fill in Enka on the travel plans that you had talked about last session? I think you all had made a couple of...
oh, yeah. There it is. That's the name.
I think while Adam was showing this, Oyo would like to fill in some of the locations that maybe they don't know about. Adamant, do you see on the south here where the symbol overlaps? It is a location that is quite famous and dangerous in Kamigawa. Based on my readings, it is... They call it the Heart of Frost.
Right here?
Yes, indeed. And part of the problem is getting there is we would have to go through the area directly to the east of that, which is the Hall of the Banded Lord. And that would be no small task because it is obviously heavily guarded by bandits.
Of course. I would expect no less. However, it's also the closest one to investigate.
There lives a powerful shaman there, it is said, by the name of Hirisugu and Obakimono. And he can summon Oni spirits. So he might be one of the problems here on the plane that is escalating the war, if you know what I mean.
Indeed. Perhaps taking care of that might fix the magic for the conjuration.
And on top of that, it's in the Sorkazan mountain range. which is the Tyndall Peaks, and it is the steepest mountains in all of Kamigawa. So it is quite perilous. And if that is not bad enough, there is the great dragon Ryusi, the falling star. He is the guardian of the mountains.
Well, I'm sure we'd have to do quite a bit to catch his attention.
Knowing us, I don't think it will be a problem.
I mean,
You make a strong point.
out of character, don't we only need like a name and note to know what it looks like to cast sending?
No, I've got to be familiar with the person. I can't just send to some Joe Schmo. I gotta know the name.
That's what I
Okay.
just said. Don't you need to know the name and know what it looks like to cast sending?
On
I
top
know.
of that, to the northeast in the forest, the Jukai forest, this particular location is interesting to me because it is the location of the center tree.
Don't know if I want to go sending a message, sending to where you say there, buddy. I'm not comfortable with that.
Mhm.
I know what you're getting at. I'm not comfortable with that. All right. So all of our destinations just happen to fall onto this diagram. It's an
Let me
interesting coincidence.
ask real quick. Oyo and Adamant, are you all discussing this around the same time that
Yes.
Adamant is discussing this with the people from the Duke's Court?
Probably be the best time to discuss it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're just enjoying the music in the background that's being played by
Okay.
Enka.
Well, when you going back a little bit, when you mention Oyohusa, you talk about the Sokenzen Mountains. When you mention Hidetsugu, summoning Oni spirits, they look at you and they say, "Oh, Hidetsugu. He has legendary power. Do you see over in the Takanuma Swamp? Do you see where the ruins of Numai are?" And they point out this area here. It is said that Hidetsugu single-handedly destroyed the entire army of Numai and their wizards by summoning Oni to scatter them. If you intend to face Hidetsugu, you might want to get an army first, because you'll probably need it. If you are, that would be one of the last places I would go, is trying to go take him on. He may be among the most powerful enemies in all of Kamigawa.
Thank you for your wisdom. Speaking of which, as it is well known, we plan to go to the Jukai Forest first. And in my readings, there is a great order of monks that live there named Budoko. I think I'm saying that right. Budoka monks, yes.
Yes, the Budoka. Yes, they are very much in tune with the natural world. I think your friends Galibar and Elora, and perhaps your new friend Enka here, they would very much be in tune with the monks.
My point being is that based on my previous experience in direct contact with other monks, is they are usually highly knowledgeable about the world in which they live in, and they could be invaluable for such knowledge that they have.
So it's a try, I suppose.
I imagine they are rather secluded and not easily accessed, but perhaps we should try to find them.
Yes, they may be helpful. Like we said, we are aware that the Kitsune know of the philosopher that could perhaps have some insight on what is disturbing the kami, and the monks may also know of them. But with our trade routes, the monks tend to be very self-sufficient, and they are, what do you call it? They call themselves self-sufficient. They do not dislike outsiders, but they purposefully try to minimize their contact, which includes trade and technology, with outside groups. So they live lives of deep contemplation that are geared towards the natural world, refinement of their own physical forms, and whatever spiritual disciplines they practice. We were hoping at one time we could get some insight into their practices, so that maybe we might learn from them how we can apply their wisdom to our experiments. But they have resisted being trade partners. Never been violent or mean to us, but just clear that they're not interested.
Is much known about them other than what you say? As far as their prowess or specialties?
To us, no. The serpent folk or the or some of the other peoples of Kamigawa may know more about them, but we do not.
I'm sure they have quite an archive of Kamigawa's history, and all its creatures are magical happenings around this world. Such is the nature of monastic orders. But what they specialize in would be anyone's guess.
Yeah, at least as far as we know. Just specializing in the study of nature, which is, of course, being in the forest, that's a perfect place for it.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it has been a pleasure meeting you, Enka. I think I will retire to my chambers for the evening. We do plan, I think, to leave early tomorrow. No? As he looks at the group.
Fine with me.
Galibar looks up after still playing his drum because he decided to join in all the music. He looks like, what?
We're leaving in the morning.
To which location?
Jukai Forest.
Yeah, I thought we were going to go face off with the sludge.
We can't do anything with that until the machines are repaired.
I do
Okay.
believe that we plan to go to Kofu village and then head east to Suzuki village into that mysterious forest they call Jukai.
Indeed.
Okay. You guys are the ones with the map. I guess lead the way tomorrow.
But what are my manners? If Gali wishes to play his drums and Inkala wishes to play her instrument, perhaps I shall join in for a time before I retire. And he'll pull out a long, beautiful bamboo flute from his bag of holding, and he will try to join in and get in rhythm.
Okay, so I see Galibar has a performance role. I think at this point, Enka, that would qualify as a separate instance from before. Okay, so definitely Enka seems to be leading the music. Galibar is following along, finding the beat and keeping a nice steady beat. And
Maybe
then
shouting in the beats.
and then Oyohusa will attempt to find a counter melody, perhaps with his flute, to accompany
Come on,
the lyre.
Oyohusa, roll your performance.
Ooh,
Oh,
Oh.
oh boy.
Even
Okay.
Adamant looks
He has
over
to-
Oreo like,
He has to use inspiration. It sucks,
Okay.
but he's not gonna. I mean, it's his homeland pride on the line. He can't. That shall not
A
abide.
little fumbling at first.
No. You doesn't even notice.
Ah, yes.
There we go.
Okay.
As far as you know, he plays it beautifully.
So
You
You
there's
guys both rolled 19s. I roll at 8.
so this
Very distinct sound, style of music from his culture. Yeah.
yeah, so Inca's melody sets the stage, and Galibar doesn't have any problem finding the groove, and just he's kind of right in the pocket with the beat, and he sort of feels the beat. So as Enka lets the tempo stretch or speed up, he's kind of able to follow along with that. And then Oyohusa does this thing where when he starts, he starts on kind of the minor seventh of what Enka is playing, and then he goes to the ninth, and then he goes back to the seventh, and it seems like it's building up this tension, and then this little floating melody starts to come out that just transitions into this nice little lilting accompaniment, and you sort of see how that initial what you thought was going to be discord actually resolves and makes the rest of what he starts playing very, very pleasing to the ear. So you realize, oh wow, he must have intended to do that, And at first people were like, okay, is he hitting the wrong notes? But then oh no, okay, yeah, I see where that came from.
I actually see Oyo smile while he's playing, off and on.
Has she ever seen him smile yet? The few times she's seen him.
I mean, you probably could roll an insight, but this seems rather genuine.
Poor Adam is over here like, I don't understand, but okay.
Elora's clapping her hands, watching all of them happy as she's bobbing her head along.
The boat with the money ball, the major lift. Meow, meow, meow.
Okay, so the evening passes. You guys get a good night's rest. You get up in the morning, and then you begin to make your way out of the keep, and you head first over to Ganzen Pass, and I haven't bothered to put a scale on this, so don't worry about worry more about the direction and not the distance. So you guys come down the mountains, and this is let's see, the time of year here, it's kind of an autumn time. And so when you wake up, you see that on the peaks of the mountains, there's snow that has fallen. And kind of on the shoulders of the mountains, there's sort of a frost this morning. But as the sun comes up and starts to burn away the frost, you see that the trees are maybe by this point 20 or 30% bare, and the rest of them are just this colorful blaze of color with oranges and reds of the leaves that are falling. And then of course there are some of the greens with the evergreen trees, the firs and things like that at different parts of the mountain. And the path is a very sort of stony path, winds steeply up and down. You can tell it's wide enough for ox carts, and there are some ruts that indicate that ox carts come up here. And you do in fact see a couple of different carts around, but you don't see any horses pulling anything. The only draft animals you see are oxen, which kind of gives you an indication that the terrain is so rough that it really needs the power of something like an oxen to pull a cart up these hills, and then to control a cart going down the hills. Whereas a horse might, really be put beyond its limits to control that. But it takes you most of the morning to come down into Ganjin Pass, and the pass is there's a wide road that is obviously well traveled. There's not a whole lot of travelers out on it now. And with the fact that the kami are attacking things, that's not a terrible surprise to you. Now, in this party, Enka, we have at least 2 characters that have kind of an ungodly passive perception, so we don't often need to do perception rolls for the party to tell when there's something dangerous around. There's nothing really that would indicate danger to them in the morning. But you come down, and when you get to the main pass road, there's a little grove of trees there, and there's a kind of like a little lean-to that looks sort of like a traveler's way stop, where if you think of roadhouses that you're familiar with in Toril, where you go like every 24 miles or so, and they have built an inn on the side of the road, because makes a nice convenient place for caravans to stop. Here, they appear to have little shelters that there's a fire pit, and there's a part of the shelter that's built so that it kind of breaks the wind from whatever the prevailing direction that the wind mostly comes. And you will oftentimes find these built right near areas where there's a little natural spring that has some water. And sometimes you'll see where it looks like previous travelers have left like piles of firewood there, so that whoever is coming along next can get a fire going in a fire pit. Perhaps that's something that travelers in Kamigawa do for one another. But you come upon one of these around midday, and so it's your choice whether or not you want to take the time to build a fire and have lunch, or whether you want to have a cold lunch. But there's a spring right there, so you can refill any water skins, and it looks nice and fresh. It smells nice and fresh to everyone. And then you continue on to the north, more or less, down the pass towards Kofu Village. And by the end of the first day, you kind of get about to, you kind of get to about this point here. And there's kind of a wide shoulder area off of the road. The space between the space in this pass, the valley here, is probably about 2 miles wide. So you've got plenty of space off the road to either side. And this is more something for the party. Do you all want to put your shelter up here, or how would you like to handle that?
I don't know, Ken. Do you want to put our shelter up here?
I mean, we do need the rest, and we do not want to be caught out in the elements if it gets too cold. I don't know anything about these weather patterns here in Kamigawa, but it could snow, perhaps. I'm not sure.
All right. Okay. I suggest you stand back a bit.
She's like, what? She was already like opening up her bag and looking like she was getting ready to pull something out.
I suggest you stand back a bit.
All right, if you insist.
Okay. You said you've been here a bit. What is the weather like? I see it's beautiful.
You know, from what you've picked up at the academy, talking about the different seasons of the year, you know that, and it's obvious from what you all have seen with your own eyes, that first snow comes in the mountains about the beginning of autumn. And you would estimate that you're close to mid-autumn here. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that the passes like this would get snowfall either during the day or overnight. And it's also the time of year where if you do get a light snowfall, it may partially melt and then refreeze and make the ground very icy. So you're kind of in that type of year.
Yeah.
It'll probably, or in that time of year, it'll probably take another month before it gets to the point where all the precipitation that falls all the time is snow. And then, of course, once snow falls on snow and starts to get packed up, then it's actually a little less treacherous.
Yeah.
For
So I find it
travel.
kind of funny that I came from the academy to the teleport station, basically, and now I'm going. Are we going back, or are we going in that direction?
You're going in that direction. You're
All
not.
right.
According to them, they're making for this little village called Kofu first, and then over to Suzuki before they go into the forest. So you're
Gotcha.
not going to be heading all the way back to the academy,
Gotcha.
but you are going in that direction.
Sounds
right,
good.
so-
So I pass this information along, and then as she gets up and kind of picks up her backpack and moves to the side, looking curious.
Adam pulls out his cold weather oil.
Oh, okay. All right, and Oyohusa, are you going to do the honors?
Part of my upbringing was in the mountains, and I'm just going off of my intuition. But perhaps we should dig in, and he'll pull this big tent out of his bag of holding.
The tent
How
oil.
big of a tent?
Why the tent?
Have you ever? Well, he got this for Cholt, but they never really got to use it.
I do believe the fortress might be better in the snow oil.
What?
I was afraid that might draw too much attention.
Oh, and a large tent will not.
I can cover
so.
the tent up.
I'm
with
okay.
flowers.
I'm afraid that the tower would reflect so much moonlight that it would draw quite the attention, but I don't know.
Okay, here is where we can have you guys, anyone who wants to do not a perception, but let's do a survival check. And this is kind of more to analyze the terrain around where you are.
Oh,
Jeez.
Would Adamant
for somebody who loves nature, Galibar is not good at survival.
Okay.
It will be sooner or later, hopefully.
I guess maybe Elio would ask Adamant to kind of help him look around the area for a good site.
Okay.
Not like we're going too far, but like
Right.
kind of like
Yeah.
observing our surroundings, what we think would be best to put where, and if we should do the tower or not, or whatever.
And Adamant, you do notice a little feature off to the in the direction of travel, off to the right side of the road, which I guess would be the east side of the map, to the east of the road. You notice a little, what looks like something of a crevasse over there. And as you head over that way, it's maybe a quarter mile away, you find this little natural canyon that is a very shallow canyon. It maybe is a total of like 50 feet deep. And there's a narrow ribbon of a river or creek that runs down at the base of it, and kind of a wide pebbly beach on either side of the creek. And there are places where there's like little zigzag paths that go down from the top of the bluff to the basin in there.
A nice out of sight spot.
Yeah, so you realize that if you put the fortress down on the beach, anybody passing along the road at night would just see open ground to either side. They would never even see because the top of the fortress is only, I think it's only like 30 feet tall. So it would be well below the bluffs.
So Adamant will point that out. There, that's out of sight.
Well, I see. So you think it's wise for me to use the
Yes, in
fortress?
case he looks up, in case there's a heavy snow, we don't want to be, buried.
Okay. And he'll make his way down there and he'll pull out his Darren's instant fortress and he'll set it down in a good spot and then he'll climb all the way back up to get out of the way. And he'll say the magic words, Sordor, and poof, this big, brilliant, made out of adamantite material tower will shoot up from the ground, and he'll say, "All right, all, in we go."
Elora will
makes his
turn to
way-
the person closest and say, "Solid door."
I think it's salad door.
Says, you'll hear this.
Salad door,
Does anybody have salad making?
I do believe they're making fun of your password. Perhaps you should think of a new one.
It's sorry door, not salad door.
So he's
Good.
sorry about the door?
Sorry door?
Speak sorry and enter and Adamant.
Just walk up to the door and like rub it gently and say, "Sorry door."
Nothing happens.
And he's like, I'm gonna lock all y'all out if you don't know how to stop it.
Oyo crosses his arms a little bit, and he's being patient, but he says, "Do you want me to open the door or not?"
Well, you bring this on with your own bed, Joe.
Yes, please open the sorry door.
And he says, "Sorry door," and the door's open.
And I don't know whether Enka would have ever experienced a Darren's instant fortress or
Why
Sorry.
not? I mean, she's seen a lot of stuff with her mentor traveling, but
Yeah.
They either always slept in inns or, did the, put your own tent up kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this is it's a functional shelter. It's not a super fancy shelter, but it is extremely defensible.
Gotcha.
It's got one entrance at the ground floor on the side, 2 levels inside, and then there is a trap door up to the top, and around the top of it there's little parapets, and the party has been known to keep watches on the roof, but that'll be up to them whether they decide they are going to do that.
Adamant will go up to the roof. That's where he'll spend the night.
Okay, all right. And so as the camera pulls back, we hear the party shuffling into the tower. We see the trapdoor open, Adamant coming out, and we hear the echoes inside of people making jokes about doors.
And then Oyo says, "Everybody's in." He says, "Sardior," and then the door closes again.
Splat. And Oyo calmly wipes his hands and says, "Best."
What time of night or evening is it? Is it early yet, or?
By the time you all stop, and since this is fall, It is getting dark a little earlier.
Okay.
And so the sky tonight looks rather clear, and you can see the stars beginning to twinkle. And, Enka, would Enka be someone that would consider herself a stargazer?
Yeah. She's
Okay.
more comfortable out in the open than
Okay.
just from her
Well,
many, many years of tending herds.
okay. Then one of the things that you would have learned about at the academy is you would have learned about the astronomy and here in Kamigawa. And there are constellations. And of course, the constellations all have names, and they are all named after natural phenomenon. And 5 of the most prominent constellations
Mm-hmm.
that you all see, or that you see here in Kamigawa, are the constellations that correspond to the protective spirit dragons. And there is the one constellation that is called Yosei, the morning star. Another one that's called Kiga, the tide star. Another one that's called Kokushu, the evening star. One that is called Ryusi, the falling star. And one that is called Jugan, the rising star. And as you look at these familiar constellations, you see they all look right except one.
Hmm.
And you notice that there is a star missing out of the constellation for Ryusi, the falling
Ryusi.
star.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
So, one star missing from, how do you spell that?
I'm going to go
Ryusi?
ahead and put it in the Discord
And
for you.
Ryusi was which star constellation again?
Ryusi, the falling star.
Okay.
So there we go. There's
Okay.
a star missing from Ryusi, the falling star.
Okay.
And that is where we will leave our session for tonight.
Okay. Cool.
Is that she notices there's something not quite right with one of the constellations.
Mm.
So a
And
whole
before she can say
planet's
anything
gone.
to anyone, we fade to black.
Yeah, fade to black. That probably we can start next week with you notifying everyone that there's hey, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the tower, it's equipped with a nice big hearth for a fire and cooking. It's got a little cooking
So
area.
I was also going to ask if you guys were all meat eaters.
Elora will eat basically anything within reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're all, well, Adamant's not.
Well,
Yeah, Adamant does not eat meat.
because basically what she would do is, as soon as this tower was up and her stuff was dropped off, she would basically disappear for a little bit and go walk a ways away from where the building is. And then what she would, maybe half an hour after everything is kind of set up and settled, you'll hear this lilting, high rolling sound across the hills. And it's a song, but there's no words to it.
Come to me, dinner.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. She's calling anything that'll answer. And Most likely at this point in time, it'll be a snow goose or something.
Yeah, they're. Well, let me ask you: are you intending? Because I'm just gonna say that you have different songs for different types of creatures. Are you looking for something that is four-legged kind
Probably
of prey
something winged.
animal or something winged?
Because
Okay.
usually winged is a little easier. Besides, if you've got arrows and you need fletching, there you go.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. You sing a little bit, and before long, you can hear some telltale sounds in the distance that resolve into some honking, and you see we'll call it a trio
Okay.
of snow geese fly in your direction.
They're
And,
not Canadian snow geese, are
Nope. There's snow geese are have a different look than Canadian geese. So,
they?
but anyway, she'll wait for them to land, and we'll try to coax them a little closer. Meanwhile, she's trying to evaluate the three of them as to which is perhaps maybe the weakest or
okay.
smallest. And then
yeah, okay, you can pick that out.
okay. And then once they're within, that one is within range, she will make a quick leap and try to catch the bird.
Okay. Let's go ahead for the final roll of the night.
Okay.
And have you make a grapple check, which would be an unarmed attack roll. So whatever your unarmed attack roll is, or unless do you want to use your, do you want to try to grab it with your shepherd's crook?
Yes.
Okay, so you can make the did you see the extra attacks
Yes, I
put in
did.
there for you? But okay, you can make a trip attack, and I'll let you choose whether you want to make it as a one-handed or two-handed. It's up to you.
Okay. So I will go ahead and I will do that one.
Okay. So all right. Let's see. Yeah. 16. That'll work. So go
Okay.
ahead and actually because it's a goose, I'm not gonna make you roll damage, but
Yeah.
just go ahead and click the damage and see what its
Make
save
sure it
DC would
does
be.
it.
Yeah.
Well, it
Okay.
does say that the attack does no damage.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
That was the
So
dex check.
no, that's what it's supposed to be.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what it's supposed to be. So what I did, this is something that you won't find anywhere. It's the first time in this game that I have created a custom non-magical weapon. And it was based on something that Gooney asked me during character creation. She said, well, if I am from a herding pastoral background, could I have something like a shepherd's crook? And I said, yeah, sure. And then the inevitable question was, well, how does that work mechanically? And my initial reaction was, well, just treat it like a staff. And then I thought, well, I wonder if anybody has ever homebrewed a shepherd's crook. And so I started looking, shepherd's crook D&D, and I found back in 3.5 where somebody had homebrewed something, and that gave me an idea. So shepherd's crook has 4 possible attacks: 2 one-handed, 2 two-handed. one of the one-handed and two-handed attacks are the standard staff attack. So one-handed staff attack, two-handed staff attack. The other two are trip attacks. The trip attacks do not do any damage, but when you roll for the damage, it rolls a d6 plus your strength bonus plus 10. And that becomes the DC that an enemy has to hit to avoid being tripped and knocked prone.
Okay.
Cool,
if
cool.
you do it two-handed, it's a D8 plus your strength bonus plus 10, and that becomes the DC they have to avoid being tripped. So what she can do with this is she can opt to make an attack that's not going to do any damage. But if the enemy fails a dex check, they will be knocked prone. And that means if some of the rest of her party members are nearby, they get advantage on melee attacks against that enemy. So it's a little bit of versatility, and it sacrifices her damage if she chooses to do so, for the sake of making the fight easier for the rest of the party.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So as soon as
that's
she trips it, she's basically going to like hold it down with her crook and then, basically walk down the staff, so to speak, and pick it up. Meanwhile, I'm sure the other two have flown away.
Oh yeah.
And she'll grab the one and make a soft apology and then break its neck.
Okay.
So
All right.
and then she brings fresh goose for supper.
Okay.
That was a lot different of what I thought you were gonna do. For some reason, I thought you were going to go and try and find some grass and eat the grass. Like, I don't know why, I just thought a cow.
Sound of a cowbell comes clinking along.
Yeah.
Mine was worse. I won't even mention what I was thinking.
Okay. So
la 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 la.
so we are at the end of the session. Everyone is having a nice goose dinner. Chat, I thank you all for dropping by. I'm going to go ahead and raid Frog Pants. They should be getting ready for their D&D game, and that should be coming up pretty shortly. They usually start around 6, but unlike us, where we do all our table talk and we try to start at the top of the hour, they begin their table talk at the top of the hour. So usually they don't actually start their game until about 15 minutes or so. All right. Well, everyone, players, thank you so much for dropping by.
It was a fun game. Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed it. And Gooney, thank you so much for joining us.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be so fun.
You were nervous.
Oh, I know. A little.
This is...
nervous? No, I don't.
She was nervous.
I was nervous.
This was a session where I am glad of the contingencies that I had, because I had contingencies that, okay, starting a session, we're leaving, we're taking off right now. And I knew what was going to happen in that case, and I also knew what was going to happen if we had people decide that they were going to stick around and do a lot more talking, which they did. So that's fine.
Yeah, well, but that's half the fun, though.
All right, everyone.
All right.
Have a great week, and we will talk to you next Sunday, if not before. Also, next Sunday, keep in mind, I will be polling everybody what the plans are for Thanksgiving weekend, because Thanksgiving weekend in the U.S. is not next weekend. It is the following weekend. And if enough people are going to either be traveling or hosting family members or whatever, I know this is crazy COVID times, then we may just skip it. I know we're already skipping Thursday that week. My Thursday night game is not playing that week. Then I don't know about the Saturday night game or the Sunday game that weekend. So I will check with you guys on that.
Sounds good.
All right, everyone. Take care, and we
You
will
bet.
talk to you later.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Emily.
Have
Bye.
one.
Yes.